Looking back now, I can see all the tiny threads that led us to that day, how they were woven so innocently into the fabric of what we thought was just another perfect summer afternoon. I was 28 then, full of that particular brand of youthful confidence that makes you believe you're invincible, especially when you're out on the water. My name's Alex, and my business partner, Dave, was 30, a few years older, a bit more cautious, but just as much a sucker for a good adventure as I was. We ran a small kayaking and paddleboard rental outfit on the shores of Lake Superior, just outside a little town called Ashland, Wisconsin. It was a pretty sweet gig. Most days involved teaching tourists how not to tip their kayaks and pointing them towards the Apostle Islands, a stunning archipelago just a few miles offshore. But sometimes, when the lake was calm and the sky was a perfect, endless blue, Dave and I would take our own kayaks out, exploring hidden coves or fishing spots that weren't in any guidebook. We knew those waters like the back of our hands, or at least we thought we did. This particular day started like any other late July afternoon. The sun was high, the air warm but not stifling, and a gentle breeze was stirring the surface of the lake. We'd spent the morning dealing with a particularly demanding group of beginners, and by lunch we were ready for a break. Dave packed us some sandwiches and a cooler of water. "All right, boss," he'd said, wiping sweat from his brow. "Where to today? The usual fishing spot." I shook my head, my eyes scanning the horizon. To the east, beyond the familiar outline of Stockton Island, there was a small, rocky outcropping. It wasn't one of the Apostle Islands, not officially anyway, more like a solitary, unnamed islet, barely more than a hump of rock and a few stunted pines. We'd seen it before, dozens of times, a dark smudge against the distant, shimmering water. It was far enough out that most tourists never bothered, but close enough that it always felt like a tantalizing secret. We'd never actually kayaked to it. It just sat there. "You know what?" I said, pointing. "Let's check out that little rock island, the one past Stockton." Dave squinted. "That one. We've always just ignored it. There's nothing there but rocks and maybe a few gulls." "Exactly," I grinned. "No tourists, no small talk, just us and the lake. And maybe, if we're lucky, some bass that haven't seen a lure in years." He thought about it for a moment, then shrugged. "Fair enough. Beats dealing with Mrs. Henderson asking if her paddleboard counts as aerobic exercise." So we loaded up our kayaks, strapped our fishing gear, and set off. It was a longer paddle than we usually did on an afternoon whim, probably a good 3 hours round trip if we stopped to fish. But the conditions were perfect. The water was so clear you could see stones on the lake bed 20 feet down, and the sun sparkled like a million scattered diamonds on the surface. We talked about business, about the ridiculousness of some of our customers, about plans for the fall. It was easy, comfortable conversation. As we paddled, that little island seemed to grow closer, clearer. It wasn't large, maybe 100 yards long, with a distinct shape, a rounded hump on one end, sloping down to a jagged point on the other. You could see the dark green of the pines, the gray of the rocks. It was undeniably there. A solid, tangible landmass, exactly where it had always been, a fixed point on our mental map of the lake. We'd been paddling for about an hour and a half, the shoreline a distant blur behind us. The island was maybe a mile ahead now, its details becoming sharper. We could make out individual trees, even the lighter patches of rock where the waves would have smoothed them. Dave pointed. "Looks like a good place to tie off. Should be some decent fishing around the far side." We continued, our paddles slicing through the water with rhythmic precision. The sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky with hues of orange and purple. The breeze, which had been so pleasant earlier, had died down almost completely, leaving the lake eerily still, like a vast sheet of polished obsidian. It was beautiful, but also quiet, unnaturally quiet, the kind of silence that makes your own heartbeat sound too loud. I remember glancing up at the sky, then back at the island. It was right there, dead ahead, so close I could almost taste the freshwater spray against the rocks. And then, as my eyes refocused, something shifted. Not dramatically, not like a sudden disappearance, but subtly. It was like a trick of the light, a momentary blur in my peripheral vision. For a fraction of a second, the distinct outline of the pines, the jagged edges of the rocks, they seemed to shimmer, to waver, as if seen through rising heat haze, even though the air was cool over the water. I blinked, shook my head slightly. Just tired, I figured. Too much sun, too much paddling. But when I looked again, the island was still there, clear as day, solid, unmoving. Yet that brief, almost imperceptible flicker, that odd distortion, had planted a tiny, inconvenient seed of unease. It was the first crack in the perfect summer day, the first whisper that maybe, just maybe, things weren't quite as straightforward as they seemed. The silence of the lake deepened as we paddled the last stretch. It wasn't just the lack of wind, it was a profound, almost aggressive quiet that seemed to absorb all other sounds. Even the gentle splash of our paddles against the water felt muted, a soft thud that didn't echo. The sun, a fiery orb now dipping towards the horizon, cast long, distorted shadows that stretched across the water like grasping fingers. The air, once pleasantly warm, now held a cool, almost damp chill despite the clear sky. That flicker, that momentary waver in the island's outline, replayed in my mind. I told myself it was nothing, a trick of the light, the fatigue of the day. But the unease lingered, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. I glanced at Dave. He was focused on his paddling, his brow furrowed slightly in concentration, but I could see a hint of that same unsettling quiet in his posture, a subtle tension in his shoulders. "Feels different, doesn't it?" I said, my voice barely above a whisper, trying to break the oppressive silence. Dave grunted, not looking up. Yeah, like the lake's holding its breath. He didn't elaborate, but the shared observation, unspoken, confirmed that I wasn't imagining the shift in the atmosphere. The island loomed larger now, its details sharp and stark in the fading light. We could clearly see the dark, rough texture of the rocks, the gnarled branches of the stunted pines clinging defiantly to the crevices. There was no sand, no gentle beach, just a shoreline of rugged, wave-battered stone. It looked exactly as it always had, utterly unremarkable, yet now, under the cloak of this strange quiet, it seemed to pulse with an almost magnetic pull. As we drew closer, I started looking for a place to land. The side we were approaching was steep, with sheer rock faces dropping directly into the water. "We'll have to go around," I called to Dave, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. "See if there's a flatter spot on the far side." We rounded the western tip of the island, and there, nestled in a small indentation, was a narrow strip of coarse gravel and larger, smooth stones, a tiny, almost private cove, barely wide enough for our two kayaks. Above it, the rock face angled back slightly, offering a precarious perch for a few wind-sculpted pines. "Perfect," Dave said, a hint of relief in his voice. "Looks like we hit the jackpot." We maneuvered our kayaks carefully into the cove, the hulls scraping softly against the submerged rocks. The water here was incredibly clear, revealing a mosaic of smooth, colorful stones on the bottom, some impossibly large. We hopped out, pulling our kayaks partly onto the gravel, securing them as best we could against any unexpected swells, though the lake was flat as a mirror. Stepping onto the island felt odd. It wasn't just the springy moss underfoot in places or the gritty crunch of gravel. It was a sense of profound stillness, of ancient stone. The air was cool, carrying the faint, earthy scent of damp rock and pine needles. There were no sounds of gulls now, no buzzing insects. It was utterly silent, as if the island itself had absorbed all noise. "All right, let's stretch our legs," Dave said, unbuckling his fishing tackle box from the deck of his kayak. "And then maybe we can try that spot I saw on the way in." I nodded, grabbing my own rod, but my eyes weren't on the water. They were drawn to the island itself. It wasn't large, perhaps 100 yards long and 50 wide at its broadest point. A spine of jagged rock ran down its length, forming a low ridge in the center from which the stunted pines sprouted. The western end, where we'd landed, sloped gently towards the water, while the eastern end rose more abruptly, culminating in a blunt, rounded peak. "Let's just take a quick walk around the perimeter first," I suggested. "See what this place is like up close." Dave raised an eyebrow. "Something catch your eye?" "Just curious," I lied, not wanting to admit the persistent prickle of unease. "Never been here before, right? Might as well see the sights." He shrugged, ever obliging. "Sure, you lied the way." We started walking, carefully picking our path along the rocky shoreline. The ground was uneven, a jumble of loose stones, slick moss, and exposed bedrock. The pines, twisted and resilient, clung to life in the sparse soil that had accumulated in the crevices. Every step felt heavy, deliberate, as if the island itself was making us aware of its age, its solidity. As we rounded the first curve, heading towards the eastern, higher end of the island, something glinted in the fading sunlight. It was a faint, almost metallic shimmer, half hidden beneath a tangle of gnarled roots and moss. "Hold up," I said, pointing. "What's that?" Dave peered where I was pointing. "Looks like trash. Someone left something here." We made our way towards it, scrambling over a pile of smooth, gray stones that had been worn round by countless seasons of waves. As we got closer, the glint became clearer. It wasn't trash, not exactly. It was a piece of metal, dark and corroded, but undeniably shaped. It was flat, about the size of my hand, and seemed to be riveted to something larger, something buried beneath the earth and roots. I knelt, scraping away the loose soil and dead leaves. The metal plate was firmly affixed to what looked like an old wooden beam, weathered and almost indistinguishable from the surrounding rock. "What is it?" Dave asked, joining me. I brushed more debris away. The metal plate had a series of strange markings etched into it. They weren't letters I recognized, nor were they typical symbols like anchors or fish. They looked ancient, almost runic, like a forgotten alphabet. "No idea," I murmured, tracing a finger over one of the deep grooves. The metal felt cold, heavy, but it's old, really old, and it's definitely not natural. Dave knelt beside me, his usual easygoing demeanor replaced by a look of focused curiosity. "You think it's from an old shipwreck. The lake's full of them." "Could be," I said, though it didn't feel like a shipwreck marker. Shipwreck pieces usually looked like parts of a boat, a broken mast, a shattered hull fragment. This felt different, more deliberate, like something had been built here. We spent a few minutes trying to dislodge more of the surrounding earth, but whatever the beam was attached to was deeply embedded. It seemed to disappear into the heart of the island itself. The wood was dark, almost black, and felt incredibly dense, like petrified timber. "Okay, this is weird," Dave said, finally standing up, dusting off his hands. "Someone actually built something out here, on this rock." "Maybe a fishing camp, a temporary shelter," I suggested, but the permanence of the buried structure contradicted the idea of temporary. and why the strange markings? We continued our perimeter walk, a new sense of purpose driving us. The sun had almost touched the horizon now, painting the undersides of the scattered clouds in fiery reds and purples. The light was fading fast, casting long, dramatic shadows that made the rocks seem to writhe and shift. As we rounded the easternmost point of the island, where the land rose more sharply, we saw it. It wasn't immediately obvious. It was nestled in a natural hollow, shielded from the lake winds by a cluster of gnarled pines and a higher rock outcrop. If you weren't looking for it, you'd miss it. It was a structure, roughly circular, perhaps 15 feet in diameter, and built of the same dark, dense stone that made up the island itself. But these stones were clearly cut, shaped, and fitted together with remarkable precision, forming a low, circular wall, maybe 3 feet high. In the center of this enclosure, a larger, more distinct stone stood upright, like a squat, ancient altar. This wasn't a fishing camp. This wasn't a shipwreck. This was something else entirely. What in the hell? Dave breathed, his voice barely audible. We approached cautiously, our footsteps crunching on the loose stones, the only sound breaking the unnatural silence. The structure felt profoundly ancient, radiating an almost palpable sense of age, of being untouched by time. The stones were covered in lichen and moss, their surfaces worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain, but their purposeful arrangement was unmistakable. The upright stone in the center was perhaps 5 feet tall, its top flattened, its sides tapering slightly. Like the metal plate we found earlier, it was covered in carvings. Not just random scratches, but intricate patterns, spirals, geometric shapes, and symbols that mirrored those on the metal plate, that same strange alien alphabet. They were deeply incised into the hard stone, as if carved with immense effort and skill. I reached out, my fingers hovering over the cold stone, a shiver running down my spine that had nothing to do with the evening chill. The carvings felt alive somehow, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. Alex, this is incredible, Dave whispered, running a hand over the rough surface of the circular wall. Who would build something like this out here, and why? My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Indigenous peoples of the Great Lakes had sacred sites, burial mounds, rock carvings, but nothing quite like this. The style of the carvings, the precision of the stonework, it didn't match anything I'd ever seen in local history books. This felt older, more foreign. I don't know, I said, my voice hoarse, but it's not in any map. No one knows this is here. We walked around the circular wall, tracing the path of the ancient builders. There was no obvious entrance, no doorway. It seemed to be a complete enclosure, a ring of stone protecting whatever lay within. The air inside the circle felt different, cooler, denser, almost heavy with unspoken history. As the last sliver of the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a brief, ethereal twilight glow, the carvings on the central stone seemed to deepen, the shadows within their grooves making them almost appear to shift, to subtly rearrange themselves. It was another trick of the light, I told myself, but the unease was now a dull ache in my chest. We stayed there for a long time, silently observing the structure, our minds reeling. The quiet was no longer just unnerving, it felt like a presence, a watchful entity. It was as if the island itself was observing us, these interlopers on its ancient secrets. We should head back, Dave said eventually, his voice low, breaking the spell. It's getting dark, and we still have to paddle back to shore. He was right, common sense dictated we leave. But the thought of turning our backs on this discovery, of leaving it swallowed by the encroaching night, felt wrong. It felt like we were abandoning something important. Just a little longer, I pleaded. I want to see if there's anything else. Against his better judgment, Dave agreed. We knew these waters, but the thought of navigating back in complete darkness, especially with this strange new feeling about the lake, was daunting. Still, the pull of the unknown was stronger than our fear of the dark. We began to explore the immediate vicinity around the stone circle, using our phone flashlights as the last light faded. The beams cut through the gloom, illuminating patches of moss-covered rock and gnarled roots. The air grew colder, and a faint mist began to rise from the still surface of the lake, lending an even more surreal quality to the scene. I moved around the back of the stone circle, my flashlight beam sweeping across the rough ground. The trees here were denser, their branches intertwined, casting deep shadows. And then my light caught something. It was almost completely buried, visible only as a small, rectangular edge protruding from the earth. I knelt, digging with my fingers, pulling away loose soil and pine needles. It felt like wood, but incredibly smooth and polished, despite being buried for what could have been centuries. "Dave, over here," I called out, my voice tight with excitement and a new surge of apprehension. He quickly joined me, his flashlight beam adding to mine. Together we worked, scraping away the earth. Slowly, a lid-like object began to emerge. It was a box, not a metal strongbox, but something crafted from a dark, smooth wood that gleamed faintly under our lights. It was about 2 feet long, a foot wide, and perhaps 6 inches deep. It had no visible hinges or clasps, just a perfectly fitted lid that sat flush with the sides. And on its surface, etched faintly but unmistakably, were more of those strange, runic symbols. "Another one," Dave whispered, his eyes wide. "What is this place?" Carefully, I tried to pry open the lid. It was incredibly tight, as if sealed. I ran my fingers along the seam, searching for a latch, a handle, anything. There was nothing. It was a seamless fit. "It's sealed," I said, frustration creeping into my voice, like it's meant to stay closed. "Maybe for a reason," Dave countered, his tone more cautious. The discovery of the box, rather than alleviating the mystery, only deepened it, adding a layer of foreboding. I pressed harder, trying to get a fingernail into the seam, but it was impossible. The wood was like stone, unyielding. Then, as my fingers moved over the surface, I felt a slight indentation, a small, almost imperceptible depression near one of the corners. It was shaped like one of the symbols. "I pressed it, nothing happened." "Maybe it needs a key," Dave suggested. I looked at the symbols again. They were like the ones on the central standing stone. I remembered tracing them earlier. A crazy thought sparked in my mind. What if I started, then hesitated? What if the symbols are part of the mechanism? I turned the box, examining the symbols on the lid. There were 5 distinct ones, arranged in a pattern. I compared them to the carvings on the standing stone, illuminated by our phone lights. They seemed to match. "This is crazy, Alex," Dave said, sensing my thought process. "Are you thinking we need to decode it?" "Or activate it," I corrected. "Look at the pattern on the stone. It's like a sequence." I pointed my flashlight at the standing stone. The symbols there were arranged in a vertical column, distinct from the more decorative spirals. There were perhaps 10 of them. On the box, there were 5. What if we have to press the symbols on the box in a certain order? I mused, my heart beginning to pound with a mix of fear and exhilaration. In the dark, with no idea what we're doing, we should just take the box and go, Dave urged, his voice tight with growing anxiety. The mist was thickening now, obscuring the lake, making the world shrink to the narrow beam of our lights. The silence felt heavier, pressing in on us. "No," I said, a stubborn resolve hardening my voice. "We found this. We need to know what it is, and I'm not leaving it here, not knowing what's inside." My eyes scanned the stone again, the sequence on the standing stone. It was long, but maybe only a segment was needed, or maybe a specific combination related to the box. I looked at the 5 symbols on the box. They were on the central stone too. I focused on the standing stone, specifically on a section where the 5 symbols from the box appeared consecutively. I tried to memorize their order. It was a complex series of curves and dots, difficult to distinguish in the dim light. "You really want to do this?" Dave asked, his voice now laced with genuine apprehension. "This feels dangerous, Alex. This isn't just an old relic. This feels like something powerful." I hesitated. He was right. There was an undeniable sense of raw energy emanating from the structure, from the box itself. But curiosity, that fundamental human drive to understand, was overwhelming. We had stumbled upon something extraordinary, something that defied all our previous understanding of this lake, this world. "Just once," I said, my voice firmer than I felt. "If it doesn't work, we'll take the box and leave. Deal?" Dave sighed, a sound of resignation. "Deal, but if anything weird happens, we're out of here, no questions asked." I nodded, then turned my attention back to the box. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing pulse. I pressed the symbols on the box, one by one, in the order I believed I'd deciphered from the standing stone. The first symbol, a soft click, almost inaudible from within the box. The second symbol, another faint click. The third click. The fourth click. The fifth, a deeper, more resonant click, like a lock disengaging. Then slowly, almost imperceptibly, the lid of the box began to rise. It rose maybe an inch, then stopped. A thin sliver of light, a soft, ethereal blue, emanated from within the crack. It wasn't the harsh blue of an LED, but a gentle, pulsing glow, like moonlight seen through water. The air around us grew colder, and the mist seemed to swirl and thicken, clinging to our skin. We stared at the glowing crack, transfixed, fear and wonder warring within us. The silence was absolute, save for the distant, almost imagined thrumming that now seemed to emanate from the island itself. "Alex," Dave whispered, his voice trembling. "What is that?" I shook my head, unable to speak. I reached out a hand, slowly, deliberately, and gently pushed the lid further open. It glided upward smoothly, revealing the contents. Inside, resting on a bed of what looked like dark, finely woven silk, was a single object. It was a sphere, perfectly round, about the size of a large apple. It wasn't made of glass, nor metal, nor any material I recognized. It seemed to be crafted from pure condensed light, that same soft, pulsating blue light that now bathed the immediate area in an otherworldly glow. It was utterly translucent, yet somehow solid, radiating an incredible, almost living energy. The sphere was not entirely uniform. Within its depths, swirling like a captured nebula, were intricate, shifting patterns of darker blue and violet, constantly reforming, expanding, and contracting. And etched onto its surface, not carved but part of its very being, were the same runic symbols we'd seen on the metal plate, the standing stone, and the box itself. They glowed with an inner luminescence, pulsing in sync with the sphere's mysterious light. We just stared, mesmerized. It defied all known science, all logic. It was beautiful, terrifying, and utterly alien. It's alive, Dave finally breathed, articulating the thought that was already forming in my mind. As if in response to his words, the sphere pulsed brighter. The blue light intensified, casting our faces in an eerie, unearthly pallor. The air grew impossibly cold, and I felt a prickling sensation on my skin, like static electricity. A low hum, almost a vibration, started deep within the island. It wasn't a sound heard with the ears, but felt in the bones, a resonant frequency that vibrated through the rock beneath our feet, through the very water of the lake. The mist around us began to churn, swirling faster, twisting into ethereal shapes. "We need to put it back," Dave urged, his voice strained. He was visibly shaken, his face pale in the blue light. But I couldn't move. I was captivated. The sphere was calling to me, drawing me in. There was a profound sense of knowledge, of ancient wisdom, contained within its shimmering depths. I felt an overwhelming urge to touch it, to understand it. "No," I whispered, my voice strangely calm, almost disconnected from my fear. "We have to see." Against every instinct, against Dave's frantic warnings, I reached out my hand. My fingers trembled as they neared the glowing sphere. The air around it crackled with energy, and the symbols on its surface seemed to pulse faster, as if anticipating my touch. The moment my fingertips brushed its surface, an electric current surged through me. It wasn't painful, but intensely shocking, like touching a live wire. My vision blurred. And then it wasn't just my vision. The world dissolved around me. I wasn't on the island anymore. I was everywhere and nowhere. Images, sounds, sensations flooded my mind, overwhelming my senses with an intensity that threatened to shatter my consciousness. I saw vast, cosmic vistas, stars being born and dying in blazing glory. I felt the immense pressure of primordial oceans, the slow, tectonic grind of continents shifting. I heard the whisper of winds across alien landscapes, the distant roar of suns. It wasn't just sights and sounds, it was knowledge, pure and unfiltered. A flood of information about time, about space, about existence itself. I saw the island forming millennia ago, rising from the glacial meltwaters. I saw the lake, an ancient living entity, its depths hiding secrets beyond human comprehension. And then a specific set of images, sharp and vivid, burned into my mind. I saw beings, not human, tall, slender, their forms shifting like liquid light, their eyes pools of deep, ancient wisdom. They were here on this island long, long ago. They were the ones who built the stone circle, who placed the standing stone, who crafted the box. They were not from this world, yet they were intrinsically linked to it. They were guardians, caretakers of something immense, something vital. They were protecting something, a nexus, a convergence of energies, a gateway. The sphere itself was not just an object, it was a key, a repository of information, a focus point. It held the knowledge of their purpose, of their vigil, and it was waiting for someone to find it, to understand. The flood of information was too much, too fast. My mind struggled to comprehend, to categorize, to simply hold it all. It was like trying to contain an ocean in a teacup. The pressure was immense, building to an unbearable crescendo. I cried out, a sound ripped from the deepest part of my being, though I couldn't hear it over the roar in my mind. Suddenly a hand clamped onto my shoulder, pulling me back. Dave. His face, distorted by fear and urgency, swam into my vision. He was shouting something, but his words were muffled, distant. He pulled my hand away from the sphere. The moment contact was broken, the deluge of information ceased. My vision snapped back to the flickering blue light of the sphere, the swirling mist, Dave's terrified face. I gasped, sucking in huge gulps of the cold, damp air, feeling my body reassert itself, shaking violently. My head throbbed, and a dizzying wave of nausea washed over me. Alex, are you okay? What happened? Dave was yelling, his grip still tight on my shoulder. I couldn't answer him immediately. My legs gave out, and I collapsed onto the cold, hard rock, trembling. The images, the sensations, the overwhelming knowledge, it was all still there, raw and vibrating just beneath the surface of my consciousness, a terrifying echo. I touched it. I finally managed to stammer, my voice hoarse, and I saw things, felt things. Dave looked from me to the sphere, his eyes wide with a fear that mirrored my own. The hum from the island had intensified, now a palpable vibration that made my teeth ache. The mist was swirling into definite patterns, almost solid forms, rising from the lake, surrounding the island in a ghostly shroud. Put it back, Dave insisted, his voice sharper now, more desperate. Close the box, Alex, now. He was right. We had disturbed something profound, something ancient and powerful. This wasn't a simple archaeological discovery. This was a direct interaction with forces we couldn't possibly comprehend. With shaking hands, I reached for the lid of the box. The blue light from the sphere pulsed almost aggressively now, as if resisting its enclosure. The hum grew louder, a deep, resonant roar that seemed to tear at the fabric of the air. As I began to push the lid down, a crack appeared on the surface of the sphere. It was tiny at first, a hairline fracture, but then it spiderwebbed rapidly across the glowing surface. The intricate patterns within it began to swirl erratically, faster and faster, like a dying star. The blue light flickered, changed to an angry, unstable violet, then a pulsing, dangerous red. The temperature plummeted. A freezing blast of air hit us, carrying with it a scent like ozone and old stone. The mist around the island was no longer swirling. It was coalescing, forming shadowy, indistinct shapes that seemed to shift and writhe at the edges of our vision. It's breaking, Dave yelled, pulling me to my feet. Close it, close the damn box. I slammed the lid down with all my might. The resonant click of the final symbol engaging was drowned out by a deafening, thunderous crack that split the air. The moment the box was sealed, the light inside winked out. The hum from the island died abruptly, replaced by an eerie, absolute silence that was even more terrifying than the previous noise. The air warmed slightly, though the lingering chill still bit into our bones. The mist, however, remained thick and opaque, completely obscuring the lake. We stood there, panting, staring at the sealed box, then at each other. Our faces were pale, etched with a mixture of shock, terror, and a lingering, profound confusion. What just happened? Dave whispered, his voice still trembling. I don't know, I said, my own voice barely a rasp. My head still swam with the echoes of ancient knowledge, the cosmic visions, the impossible truth of what I had seen. But we have to get off this island, now. We didn't need to discuss it. We grabbed the box. It felt heavy, impossibly dense, yet strangely inert now, just a block of dark wood. We didn't look back at the stone circle, didn't spare another glance for the standing stone with its alien carvings. All we wanted was to get away. Scrambling back to our kayaks felt like navigating an alien landscape. The mist was so thick we could barely see our hands in front of our faces, let alone the path. We stumbled over rocks, slid on moss, our hearts pounding like drums against our ribs. The cold, damp air seeped into our clothes, making us shiver uncontrollably. Finally, we reached the small cove. Our kayaks were still there, dark shapes against the shifting gray. We fumbled in the mist, untying the ropes, pushing them back into the water. Dave, his movements jerky with panic, practically threw his tackle box into his kayak. I carefully placed the mysterious wooden box onto the deck of my own, securing it as best I could. It felt like a ticking bomb, a volatile secret that we had foolishly unleashed. Okay, Dave breathed, already clambering into his kayak. Let's go, fast. We pushed off, our paddles dipping into the unseen water. The mist swallowed us immediately, creating a suffocating tunnel of gray. We couldn't see the shore, couldn't see the horizon, couldn't even see each other clearly. We were blind, adrift in an unknown sea, guided only by the last vestiges of our memory of the island's orientation. The water was utterly still, silent, yet it felt like a living thing beneath us, vast and ancient, now fully awake and watchful. Every splash of our paddles sounded unnaturally loud, amplified by the heavy silence of the mist. We paddled with a frantic, desperate energy, our arms burning, our minds racing. The thought of what we had seen, what I had felt, was a constant, terrifying echo in my head. The further we paddled, the deeper the mist became. It clung to us, cold and wet, obscuring everything. We were relying purely on instinct, trying to maintain a straight course, but without any visual cues, it was impossible to tell if we were going in circles. "Are we going the right way?" Dave's voice, strained and laced with panic, cut through the oppressive quiet. He was a few feet ahead of me, a ghostly shape in the swirling gray. I think so," I replied, my voice thin. "Just keep paddling. We'll break through it eventually." But the mist showed no signs of thinning. If anything, it seemed to grow denser, colder. The air was so thick it felt like we were breathing water. The fear that had been simmering beneath the surface now fully erupted, a cold, hard knot of dread in my stomach. What if we couldn't find our way back? What if the mist wasn't just weather, but something else entirely, something caused by what we had done? I thought back to the vision, the ancient beings, the nexus, the gateway. What if the sphere was meant to keep the gateway closed, and by breaking it, by forcing it open, we had unleashed something? A ripple disturbed the water near my kayak. It wasn't a wave, not from wind, for there was none. It was a slow, deliberate swell, as if something vast and powerful was moving just beneath the surface. My heart leaped into my throat. "Did you feel that?" I whispered. Dave stopped paddling, his kayak swaying gently. "Feel what?" Another ripple, stronger this time, lifted my kayak slightly, then let it drop. It was followed by a faint, deep thrumming, far more subtle than the island's roar, but undeniably present, coming from the depths of the lake. "Something's in the water," I said, my voice barely audible, underneath us. A wave of primordial fear washed over me. This wasn't the lake we knew, the friendly, familiar Superior. This was something ancient, something vast and unknowable, awakened by our careless intrusion. Dave started paddling again, frantically, desperately. "No time for that, Alex. Just paddle. We have to get out of this mist." We dug our paddles into the water, churning through the thick gray. The thrumming grew steadily louder, a deep, resonant pulse that seemed to vibrate through the very structure of our kayaks. The mist around us began to shift and move, not in gentle swirls, but in purposeful currents, like unseen hands pushing and pulling at our small vessels. And then, through the impenetrable gray, something appeared. It wasn't a solid object. It was a faint, luminous glow, deep beneath the water, directly below Dave's kayak. a soft, pulsing blue light, eerily familiar. "Dave," I cried, pointing, "look down." He glanced down, his eyes widening in terror. The blue light intensified, growing larger, until it pulsed directly beneath his kayak, radiating an almost hypnotic brilliance. The water around it seemed to shimmer, to thicken, like liquid glass. "What is that?" Dave whimpered, his voice high-pitched with pure fear. He stopped paddling, frozen. The light pulsed, then began to rise. Slowly, steadily, the brilliant blue glow ascended from the depths, illuminating the water around it with an unearthly radiance. We could see no distinct shape, just the overwhelming, luminous energy, like a column of pure light pushing up from the bottom of the lake. Then from within the light, a sound. It wasn't a voice, not in the human sense. It was a chorus of whispers, thousands of them, intertwining, overlapping like wind through ancient ruins or the murmuring of a vast, unseen crowd. They were unintelligible, yet conveyed a profound sense of presence, of immense power, of alien intelligence. The blue light reached the surface, breaking through the mist. It wasn't a column anymore, but a spreading disk of pure incandescent blue, reflecting off the underside of the thick fog, making the entire world glow with an unnatural, terrifying brilliance. The whispers intensified, now seeming to come from all directions, echoing in the mist, echoing in our very minds. Dave screamed. He didn't just yell, it was a raw, primal scream of pure, unadulterated terror. He dropped his paddle. His hands flew up to his head, clutching his ears, as if trying to shut out the overwhelming whispers. His kayak, directly above the pulsing light, began to vibrate violently, not just from the thrumming, but from some unseen force. The water around it began to churn, not in waves, but in strange, circular currents, like a vortex forming. "Dave," I yelled, frantically paddling towards him. "Get out of there." But he was paralyzed by fear, his eyes wide and vacant, staring directly into the glowing blue disk beneath him. The whispers had become a roar in his mind, I could tell, even from my distance. His body started to convulse, a violent tremor shaking him from head to toe. Then, as the blue light pulsed to its brightest, an impossible thing happened. Dave's kayak, with him still inside, began to lift. Slowly, effortlessly, it rose from the water, suspended in the air above the glowing disk. The whispers reached a crescendo, a cacophony of alien voices that tore at my sanity. The mist, illuminated by the intense blue light, began to lift. Slowly, effortlessly, it rose from the water, suspended in the air above the glowing disk. The whispers reached a crescendo, a cacophony of alien voices that tore at my sanity. The mist, illuminated by the intense blue light, no longer just swirled. It parted around Dave's rising kayak, forming a perfect, luminous tunnel of blue light and churning fog. "Dave," I shrieked, my voice raw and thin against the roaring whispers. I paddled furiously, desperately, trying to reach him, but the currents of mist and unseen energy pushed my kayak back, holding me at bay. Dave was still clutching his head, his body rigid, suspended perhaps 20 feet above the water. The blue light pulsed beneath him, growing brighter, more intense, almost blinding. The kayak, with Dave inside, rotated slowly, revealing his face to me. His eyes were wide open, unfocused, glassy, fixed on something I couldn't see, something beyond the veil of light and mist. A thin trickle of blood began to seep from his ears, tracing dark paths down his pale cheeks. He made no sound now, no struggle, just a silent, horrifying ascent. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. This wasn't real. This couldn't be happening. My best friend, my business partner, being lifted into the sky by an impossible blue light and a chorus of alien whispers. It was a nightmare, vivid and terrifying, and I was wide awake. No, I screamed, a guttural cry of denial and despair. I lunged forward, paddle thrashing, trying to break through the invisible barrier that held me back, but it was useless. The force was immense, unyielding. As I watched helpless, a distortion began to form in the air directly above Dave's kayak. It wasn't a physical object, but a shimmering, almost liquid ripple in space itself, like heat haze intensified 1,000-fold. The mist swirled into this distortion, vanishing as if consumed. The blue light below Dave pulsed with a final, blinding intensity, and the whispers coalesced into a single, ear-splitting shriek that pierced my skull. Then, with an abruptness that stole my breath, Dave, his kayak, and the distortion above him simply vanished. One moment they were there, suspended in the eerie blue light. The next, the space was empty. The blue light beneath where his kayak had been instantly winked out, plunging the area into oppressive, absolute darkness. The whispers ceased. The thrumming in the lake vanished. The mist, now thick and impenetrable, settled back into a heavy, silent blanket around me. I was alone. The sudden silence was even more terrifying than the cacophony that preceded it. It pressed in on me, smothering, suffocating. I floated in a void of gray, unable to see anything, hear anything, feel anything but the frantic beat of my own heart and the sickening lurch of an empty stomach. Dave was gone, just like that. A cold dread, unlike anything I had ever known, seeped into my bones. It wasn't just fear, it was a profound, soul-shattering emptiness. The reality of what had just happened, of what I had witnessed, hit me with the force of a physical blow. The ancient beings, the gateway, the sphere, it was all real, and it had taken Dave. My paddle, which I had dropped in my frantic attempt to reach him, floated silently beside my kayak. I stared into the darkness, straining my ears, hoping, praying for a sound, a sign, anything. But there was nothing, only the heavy, damp silence of the mist. Tears welled in my eyes, hot and stinging, but I refused to let them fall. There was no time for that. Panic, cold and sharp, threatened to overwhelm me, to freeze me in place. But a primal instinct for survival, raw and desperate, surged through me. I had to get out. I had to get away from this place. I fumbled for my paddle, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped it again. The mysterious wooden box, still strapped to the deck of my kayak, felt like a lead weight, a malignant presence. It was the cause of all this. I wanted to throw it into the lake, smash it against a rock, anything to rid myself of its terrible secret. But another instinct, an almost irrational one, told me it was too important, too dangerous to simply abandon. And perhaps a tiny, desperate part of me wondered if it held the key to understanding what happened to Dave. My mind, still reeling from the flood of cosmic knowledge from the sphere, felt fragmented, overloaded. The visions flashed behind my eyes, swirling galaxies, ancient oceans, the liquid light beings. They were imprinted on my consciousness, a terrifying new layer of reality. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to force some semblance of control back into my racing thoughts. "Focus, Alex," I whispered to myself, my voice hoarse. "You have to get back." But which way was back? In the thick mist, with no visual cues, no sun, no stars, no shoreline, I was completely disoriented. I remembered the general direction we had come from, the bearing from the island. I tried to recall the feel of the current, the subtle pull of the lake. It was a shot in the dark, a desperate gamble. I started paddling, slowly at first, then with increasing urgency. Every stroke was a mechanical action, divorced from thought. My arms burned, my muscles screamed, but I pushed through the pain. The cold, wet mist clung to me, chilling me to the bone, and every distant sound, every subtle shift in the water, sent a jolt of terror through my system. Was something still out there? Was the entity, whatever it was, still lurking beneath the surface? Or had it retreated into the depths, its purpose fulfilled, leaving me alone in its terrible wake? The silence, I realized, was not reassuring. It was ominous, heavy with unseen threats. I tried to keep a straight line, but without a horizon, without a landmark, it was impossible. I could have been going in circles, slowly drifting further and further from the familiar shore. The fear of being lost, truly lost, in this vast, ancient lake, now imbued with such terrifying power, was almost as paralyzing as the memory of Dave's disappearance. Hours passed, or what felt like hours. Time lost all meaning in the thick gray void. My shoulders ached, my hands were blistered, and my entire body trembled with exhaustion and cold. I fought against the urge to simply stop, to give up, to let the lake take me. But Dave's image, his terrified face, his bloodied ears spurred me on. I had to get back. I had to tell someone, even if no one would ever believe me. Then faintly through the dense fog, I thought I saw something. A subtle shift in the gray, a slightly darker shade, a hint of solidity. Was it just my mind playing tricks on me, a hallucination born of exhaustion and terror? I kept paddling towards it, pouring every last ounce of my strength into each stroke. The shape grew, slowly, imperceptibly, solidifying into a dark, blurry mass. It was the shoreline, or at least I prayed it was. As I drew closer, the mist began to thin, not abruptly, but gradually, like a veil being slowly lifted. Patches of darker water appeared, then the faint outline of trees, their silhouettes distorted by the remaining fog. The air felt a little warmer, less oppressive. The heavy silence began to recede, replaced by the distant, familiar sounds of crickets chirping, the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. It was real. I was almost back. A wave of overwhelming relief, so potent it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. I choked back a sob, my throat tight. I paddled the last few yards with a renewed surge of energy, pushing my kayak through the shallow water until the hull grated against the gravel of our rental beach. I scrambled out, half stumbling onto the familiar shore, my legs weak and unsteady. The wooden box, still strapped to my kayak, seemed to pulse with a faint, internal hum that only I could feel. I quickly unstrapped it, cradling it in my arms, pulling it away from the water as if it might be reclaimed by the lake. The mist still hung low over the water, shrouding the lake like a dark secret. But here on the land, the air was clearer. The first faint streaks of dawn were beginning to appear in the eastern sky, painting the clouds in soft hues of pink and orange. The world was returning to normal, but I knew with an absolute certainty that I never would. I looked back at the lake, at the lingering mist. The island was completely swallowed by the fog, an invisible point of unimaginable horror. Dave was gone, vanished, and I was left with a box, a mind full of impossible visions, and a story no one would ever believe. My cabin, a small, rustic place just a short walk from the rental shack, looked like a beacon of safety and normalcy. I staggered towards it, the heavy wooden box clutched tightly to my chest. Every muscle in my body screamed in protest, but I ignored it. I needed to be inside, behind locked doors, away from the vast, watchful lake. Once inside, I slammed the door shut, locking it with a trembling hand. The small space felt both comforting and claustrophobic. The familiar scent of pine and old wood was a stark contrast to the ozone and ancient stone from the island. I flicked on the lights, bathing the room in harsh, yellow light, chasing away the shadows that seemed to crawl at the edges of my vision. I carefully placed the wooden box on my kitchen table, its dark surface absorbing the light, looking utterly inert now. It was just a box made of wood, yet I knew with chilling certainty that it was so much more. It was a prison, a key, a conduit to something ancient and terrifying, and it had taken Dave. My hands were still shaking. My body was racked with shivers. I needed a shower, something warm, but the thought of being vulnerable, of being separated from the box, filled me with a fresh wave of anxiety. I stripped off my soaked clothes, leaving them in a damp pile on the floor. My skin was still prickling, as if the static electricity from the sphere lingered. The echoes of the visions pulsed in my mind, a chaotic kaleidoscope of impossible images and alien knowledge. I saw the liquid light beings, their forms shifting, their eyes ancient and wise. I felt the immense pressure of primordial oceans. I heard the chorus of whispers. It was all still there, just beneath the surface, threatening to break through again. I went to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face, trying to clear my head. My reflection stared back at me. Wide, bloodshot eyes, a pale, drawn face, hair plastered to my forehead. I looked like a madman, and perhaps I was. When I returned to the kitchen, I found myself pacing, an agitated animal trapped in a cage. I kept glancing at the box. It was sealed. I remembered the sickening crack, the change from blue to red, the abrupt silence. Had I broken it entirely, or merely put the sphere back to sleep? What did I even have here? A piece of ancient alien technology, a weapon, a navigational device, the key to a gateway. The visions had been too fast, too overwhelming, too unfiltered to process fully, but the word gateway resonated with a chilling clarity. And the knowledge that the sphere was a key, that these beings were guardians. Guardians of what? The nexus. The convergence of energies, the gateway. The memory of the sphere cracking, of the blue light turning red, filled me with renewed dread. Had I damaged it beyond repair? Had I unleashed something by closing it in that state? And Dave, what had happened to Dave? Was he taken through that gateway? Was he even alive? I sank into a chair, running my hands through my hair, trying to make sense of the incomprehensible. I was a simple kayak rental guy. I knew nothing about ancient aliens or cosmic gateways. My world was supposed to be about sunny lake days, gentle breezes, and teaching tourists how to paddle. Now my world was shattered. I had to tell someone, but who? The police. Officer, my friend was abducted by a blue light from Lake Superior after we opened an ancient alien box. They'd lock me up. My family, my parents would think I'd lost my mind. Even my closest friends would dismiss it as a hallucination, a terrible nightmare. No one would believe me, except perhaps someone who had seen similar things. But who? My mind went back to the cryptic images of the liquid light beings. They had been here on this island millennia ago. They built this. They left the sphere. They were the guardians. What were they guarding against or for? I needed answers. I needed to understand what I had seen, what I had felt, and I needed to know if there was any way to get Dave back. The problem was all the answers seemed to be contained within the box, within the sphere, and I was terrified to open it again. The memory of the crack, the angry red light, the deafening shriek, it was a warning. But I couldn't just sit here. I couldn't leave Dave's fate a mystery. I knew I had to go back to the island, but not yet, not alone, and not without some kind of plan. First, I needed to gather myself. My body was screaming for sleep, but my mind was too agitated, too overwhelmed. I forced myself to make a cup of strong coffee, the familiar ritual, a small anchor in the storm of my thoughts. The warmth of the mug in my hands was a welcome sensation. As I sipped the coffee, I looked at the box again. It was just a plain, dark wooden box, except for the faint, almost imperceptible symbols etched into its surface. Those symbols, they were the key to opening it, to understanding it. I remembered the books Dave and I used to read late at night in the off-season. Old tomes on local history, Ojibwe legends, even some dusty, discredited theories about ancient civilizations and forgotten lore. We'd always laughed at the wilder stories, enjoying them as pure fantasy. Now I wondered, was there anything in those old books that might shed some light on this? It was a long shot, a desperate one, but it was a place to start. I had a small collection of these books in my cabin, mostly inherited from my grandfather, who had a fascination with local myths. I spent the next few hours as the sun slowly rose higher, pulling out every obscure book I owned. I laid them out on the floor, flipping through dusty pages, my eyes scanning for any mention of strange islands, unusual lights, or unknown symbols on Lake Superior. My head still throbbed, and the images from the sphere occasionally flared behind my eyes, making it difficult to concentrate, but I pushed through. Most of it was familiar, tales of shipwrecks, of indigenous heroes, of logging camps and fishing villages. Nothing like what I had experienced. But then, in a worn, leather-bound volume titled Legends of the Great Inland Sea, published in the early 1900s, I found something. It wasn't a direct hit, not at first. It was a chapter dedicated to anomalous phenomena of Lake Superior. Most of it was anecdotal, unexplained disappearances, strange lights in the sky, phantom canoes. I was about to dismiss it when a single paragraph caught my eye. It spoke of an unnamed island, far to the east of the Apostle Islands, referred to in some very old oral traditions as the Stone Heart. It was said to be a place of immense power, a doorway between worlds. The text mentioned luminous beings seen near it, and whispers from the deep. There was even a vague reference to a vessel of light that fell from the sky, guarded by those not of this earth. My breath hitched. The Stone Heart, a doorway between worlds, luminous beings, whispers from the deep, a vessel of light. It was all there, thinly veiled by folklore and superstition, but undeniably echoing my experience. The book went on to describe how ancient indigenous shamans were said to have placed wards or seals to contain the power of the Stone Heart, to keep the doorway closed. It spoke of a luminous orb that was sometimes glimpsed, a star in the water, which was thought to be the heart of the island's power. This was it. This was confirmation, however flimsy, that I wasn't entirely mad. Someone, somewhere, had known about this. I devoured the chapter, my eyes racing over every word. It didn't offer concrete solutions, but it provided context, a framework for the impossible. The wards and seals mentioned in the book sounded a lot like the stone circle and the box. They were meant to keep the gateway closed, and I, in my naive curiosity, had opened it. The book described the luminous orb as a key to accessing the power of the doorway, but also a dangerous artifact that could cause great disruption if mishandled. It warned that those who sought to control it risked losing their essence to the between spaces. Dave had lost his essence. He had been taken to the between spaces. A new wave of cold determination washed over me. I had proof, however archaic. Now I needed to figure out how to use this knowledge. The book didn't offer details on the symbols, but it did mention that the Guardians had left their mark upon the stone, a language of light for those with eyes to see. A language of light. The visions of the symbols pulsing on the sphere, shifting and reforming, came back to me. They weren't just decorative, they were functional. I pulled a notebook and pen from a drawer, my hands still shaky, but my mind now focused. I began to sketch the symbols I remembered from the box and the standing stone, trying to reproduce their intricate curves and dots. It was difficult, the details fading, but the core patterns remained. I knew I couldn't go back to the island without a better understanding of what I was dealing with, and I knew I couldn't risk opening the box again, not without more information. The sphere had cracked. The light had turned red. I needed to know what that meant. The book mentioned the between spaces. Was that where Dave was? Was there a way to get him back from there? The idea seemed utterly fantastical, yet after what I had witnessed, I couldn't dismiss it. I needed help, but who? Who could possibly understand this? My gaze fell on my phone, lying inert on the counter. The modern world felt utterly alien, a flimsy construct compared to the ancient forces I had encountered, but perhaps it held a connection. I thought about the experts who studied ancient cultures, those who delved into forgotten languages, obscure myths, universities, museums. Not the kind of people who would believe a wild story about alien abduction, but maybe someone who could decipher the symbols, or at least point me towards someone who could. But first, I needed to make sure the box was truly sealed, and I needed to safeguard it. It was too dangerous to leave exposed. I found an old, heavy-duty toolbox in my shed, one with a secure clasp. I wrapped the wooden box in a thick canvas tarp, then placed it inside the toolbox, locking it tight. It felt like a small, inadequate gesture against the immense power contained within, but it was all I had for now. The exhaustion finally caught up with me. The sun was fully up now, streaming through my windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. The familiar sounds of morning, birds chirping, a distant boat motor, were a stark reminder of the world I had left behind, and the world I was now irrevocably separated from. I collapsed onto my bed, fully dressed, still shaking. Sleep didn't come easily. Every time I closed my eyes, the blue light, the whispers, Dave's terrified face, and the vast cosmic visions flashed behind my eyelids. But eventually, the sheer physical and emotional exhaustion claimed me, dragging me down into a fitful, nightmare-ridden slumber. When I woke, it was late afternoon. The cabin was warm, filled with the late-day sun. My body ached in every joint as if I had run a marathon. My head still throbbed, a dull, insistent pain behind my eyes. But the immediate, frantic terror of the night had receded, replaced by a colder, more determined resolve. Dave was gone. I had to find him. My first step was the university library in Ashland. It was a long shot, but I needed access to academic resources, anything that might help me decipher the symbols. I couldn't go in there waving the box around, not yet. I needed to be discreet. I drove my beat-up truck into town, the toolbox containing the alien artifact tucked carefully under the passenger seat, hidden beneath a blanket. The familiar streets, the smiling faces of tourists, the mundane rhythms of daily life seemed surreal, detached. How could they all be so oblivious to the ancient horror lurking just offshore? The library was quiet, filled with students hunched over laptops and dusty books. I found the section on anthropology, ancient languages, and regional history. I carried the notebook with my sketched symbols, hoping to find a match or at least a similar script. I spent hours poring over books, my eyes aching from strain. I found nothing that precisely matched the intricate, flowing symbols from the box and the standing stone. Some ancient scripts had similarities, a curve here, a dot there, but nothing that was a direct match. It was as if I was looking at a language from a different planet, which, given my experience, was entirely plausible. Frustration mounted. I felt like I was drowning in information, none of it useful. How could I even begin to decode something so utterly alien? As the library neared closing, I noticed a small section tucked away in the back, labeled Esoteric Studies and Unexplained Phenomena. I usually avoided these, dismissing them as pseudoscience, but now, desperate, I approached with a new sense of openness. Most of the books were about UFOs, Bigfoot, or New Age spiritualism. But then near the bottom shelf, I found a slim, unassuming paperback with a faded cover, Whispers from the Void, Unseen Forces of the Great Lakes. It was clearly self-published, likely by a local enthusiast. I almost passed it by, but the title, Whispers from the Void, resonated with the whispers I had heard. I pulled it out. The author was listed as Dr. Elias Thorne, a retired professor of comparative mythology from a small college somewhere in Michigan. The book was a rambling collection of eyewitness accounts, local legends, and Thorne's own speculative theories about a hidden energy grid beneath the Great Lakes, a nexus of power that occasionally breached the surface. My heart began to pound. Nexus of power, the exact words the sphere had shown me. I flipped through the pages, skimming for anything relevant. There were sections on ancient Native American beliefs, correlating them with modern UFO sightings and unexplained disappearances. It was all highly speculative, bordering on crackpot, but certain phrases and concepts jumped out at me. Gateways to other dimensions. Non-corporeal entities that feed on electromagnetic energy. Artifacts of immense power, often mistaken for meteorites or ancient tools, left behind by precursor civilizations or extraterrestrial visitors. And then an illustration, a crude drawing clearly hand-sketched of a circular stone arrangement, and within it a standing stone, and etched onto the standing stone a few blurry symbols. They weren't perfectly accurate, clearly drawn from memory or second-hand accounts, but they were unmistakably similar to the symbols I had copied. I felt a surge of adrenaline. This was it. This was the first solid lead, Dr. Elias Thorne. The book contained an old, faded contact address and a defunct phone number, but it was a starting point. If anyone in this world had even a remote chance of understanding what I had found, what had happened to Dave, it was this Dr. Thorne. I hurried out of the library, the book clutched tightly in my hand. The setting sun cast long shadows, painting the world in hues of orange and purple, eerily reminiscent of the twilight on the island. My initial terror had solidified into a cold, hard resolve. I had to find Dr. Thorne. Back in my cabin, I immediately searched online for Dr. Elias Thorne. It took some digging. He hadn't published anything in years, and his academic profile was long dormant. But eventually, I found a very old, almost forgotten university faculty page. It listed his last known affiliation, and thankfully, a current home address, albeit in a small, remote town in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. It was a long drive, hundreds of miles, crossing into another state. I couldn't just call him and explain this over the phone. I needed to see him in person. I needed to show him the book, my sketches, and maybe, just maybe, the box itself. I made the decision that night. I would leave at dawn. I packed a small bag, making sure to include the notebook with my sketches, the mysterious wooden box still in its locked toolbox, and Dr. Thorne's book. I grabbed some emergency food, water, and my hunting knife, an old habit from camping trips. It felt absurd, preparing for what felt like a quest into the unknown, but after the night on the island, absurdity had become my new normal. Sleep didn't come at all this time. My mind was too busy planning, replaying every horrifying detail of Dave's disappearance. I missed him fiercely. His easygoing humor, his cautious nature that balanced my impulsiveness. Now I was utterly alone, carrying a burden that felt too heavy for one man. The drive across the Upper Peninsula was long and desolate. The landscape was beautiful, rugged, but I barely registered it. My mind was consumed by the events of the last 2 days. I replayed the visions from the sphere over and over, trying to extract more meaning from the chaotic flood of information. The liquid light beings, the guardians, their purpose, the nexus, the gateway. It was all connected, and I had foolishly, ignorantly stumbled into the heart of it. After nearly 10 hours of driving, I finally reached the remote town listed on Dr. Thorne's old faculty page. It was a tiny, sleepy place nestled deep in the woods, far from any major highways. The kind of place where everyone knew everyone else's business. That made me nervous. I needed discretion. I found Dr. Thorne's address, a small, weathered house tucked away at the end of a dirt road, surrounded by overgrown trees. It looked exactly like the home of a reclusive, eccentric academic. My heart pounded as I pulled up to the mailbox, killing the engine. I walked up the creaky wooden steps, my hand trembling as I raised it to knock. Before my knuckles could even touch the door, it creaked open slightly, revealing a narrow gap. "Come in, Alex," a raspy voice said from within. "I've been expecting you." My blood ran cold. How did he know my name? How did he know I was coming? I pushed the door open cautiously, stepping into a dimly lit, cluttered living room that smelled of old books, dust, and something faintly metallic. Bookshelves lined every wall, overflowing with ancient texts, strange artifacts, and yellowed maps. The air was thick and still. An old man sat in a worn armchair, hunched over a stack of papers. He was frail, with a shock of wild white hair and keen, intelligent eyes that seemed to miss nothing. He wore an old tweed jacket, even indoors. Dr. Elias Thorne. He looked up, a faint, knowing smile on his face. "Close the door, son. Don't want the lake hearing us, do we?" How did you know my name?" I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. "How did you know I was coming?" Thorne chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. "The lake whispers, Alex. It always whispers to those who listen. And sometimes its whispers carry urgent messages. I've been feeling the stirring for a few days now. A significant event. Then I saw a brief image, a ripple in the ether of a young man, a kayak, and a certain artifact. He gestured vaguely towards my truck, then to the toolbox I was still holding. A very powerful artifact, if I'm not mistaken." He knew, he truly knew. A wave of relief, so profound it made my knees weak, washed over me, quickly followed by a fresh surge of apprehension. This man was either a genius, a madman, or something else entirely. "Please sit," Thorne said, indicating an empty, equally cluttered chair across from him. "Tell me everything, from the beginning." I sat, placing the toolbox carefully beside me. I began to speak, my voice rough at first, then gaining momentum as the story poured out of me. I told him about the unnamed island, the stone circle, the symbols, the box, the sphere. I recounted the cosmic visions, the ancient beings, the nexus and gateway. And finally, with a catch in my throat, I told him about Dave, his terror, the blue light, the whispers, and his impossible, horrifying disappearance. Thorne listened intently, his eyes never leaving my face, occasionally nodding slowly or muttering to himself. He didn't interrupt, didn't question my sanity, didn't scoff. He simply absorbed every word, his expression one of profound, somber understanding. When I finished, the silence in the room was heavy, broken only by my ragged breathing. Remarkable, Thorn finally said, his voice quiet, filled with awe and a touch of melancholy. So, it has begun. What has begun? I asked, leaning forward, desperate for answers. What was that sphere? What happened to Dave? Thorn sighed, pushing a stray lock of white hair from his brow. The sphere, Alex, is indeed a key, and a conduit, and as you rightly perceived, a repository of vast knowledge. It is, in essence, the heart of the nexus, the vessel of light that my book alludes to. It's what the Guardians, those beings you saw, left behind to monitor and regulate the gateway. The gateway to where? To the between spaces, as my book refers to them, to other dimensions, other realities. Our world, Alex, is not as singular as we believe. There are layers, frequencies, other planes of existence that occasionally brush against ours. And the Great Lakes, particularly Superior, due to a unique geological and energetic confluence, has always been a thin place, a place where the veil between these realities is weakest. So Dave, he went through a gateway. Thorn nodded, his gaze distant. It seems so. Your friend stumbled upon a breach in the veil, a powerful surge of energy that pulled him into another space. It happens sometimes. Often they are lost forever. The cold knot tightened in my stomach. Lost forever. There's no way to get him back. Theoretically, Thorn said, a flicker of something in his eyes. Theoretically, a gateway can be reopened, but it is exceedingly dangerous and requires immense control over the energies involved. The sphere controls it, doesn't it? I asked, gesturing to the toolbox. It's the key. It showed me the Guardians used it. Indeed, the sphere is the primary control mechanism. The stone circle and the standing stone are anchors, resonance amplifiers. They stabilize the gateway. The box itself is a containment vessel designed to hold the sphere safely and to be opened only with specific knowledge of its symbols, a kind of energetic password. Thorn paused, looking at me intently. You, Alex, in touching it, absorbed a significant portion of the Guardian's knowledge. You are now attuned to it, which is why you heard its whispers, why you saw what you saw. But I broke it, I said, remembering the crack, the red light. The sphere cracked when I closed it. Thorn's eyes widened slightly. Cracked, that is, concerning. A cracked sphere could mean a damaged core. A damaged core could lead to instability, or worse, an uncontrolled discharge of energy, which would explain why it turned red. Red is a warning. It signifies an overload, a critical state. So what does that mean? It means that the gateway is likely no longer fully sealed. It is vulnerable, and what comes through it, Alex, is not always benevolent. The Guardian's purpose was to maintain the balance, to keep certain things out as much as to allow safe passage for others. If the sphere is compromised, the gateway itself is compromised. My mind reeled. Not just Dave's life, but potentially the safety of our world was now at stake, all because of my curiosity. We have to fix it, I said, my voice firm. We have to seal it again and get Dave back. Thorn studied me for a long moment. A noble goal, Alex, but a perilous one. You are asking to meddle with forces beyond human comprehension. The Guardians were not human. They were ancient beings, highly advanced and intimately familiar with the fabric of reality. We are but children playing with fire. But you know about it, I pressed. You've studied it. You wrote about it. You must have some idea how to use this thing, how to fix. Thorn studied me for a long moment. A noble goal, Alex, but a perilous one. You are asking to meddle with forces beyond human comprehension. The Guardians were not human. They were ancient beings, highly advanced and intimately familiar with the fabric of reality. We are but children playing with fire. But you know about it, I pressed. You've studied it. You wrote about it. You must have some idea how to use this thing, how to fix it. Thorn sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of years of lonely study. My understanding, Alex, is theoretical, academic. I've spent a lifetime piecing together fragments of myth, legend, and obscure scientific anomalies. But to interact with it directly, that is an entirely different matter. I have never seen the sphere itself, only conjectured its existence. He looked at the toolbox. You have it with you, I presume. I nodded, reaching down to unlatch the toolbox. The metal groaned as I opened it, revealing the canvas-wrapped wooden box. I carefully unwrapped the tarp, revealing the dark, unassuming object. I placed it gently on the cluttered coffee table between us. Thorn leaned forward, his eyes, usually sharp, now widened with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. He reached out a frail, trembling hand, not to touch the box, but to hover inches above its surface. Incredible, he whispered, his voice hushed. The craftsmanship, it defies human engineering. The wood itself seems to absorb the light. He traced the symbols with his gaze, his brow furrowed in concentration. These are the glyphs you deciphered. Yes, I confirmed, pulling out my notebook with the sketched symbols. From the standing stone and the box, I pressed them in that order. Thorn carefully picked up my notebook, examining my drawings. Remarkable recall, Alex. These are highly complex, multi-layered symbols. Not a language in the traditional sense, but more like a series of energetic commands. Each symbol, I believe, represents a specific frequency, a particular aspect of the Nexus's function. He pointed to a symbol. This one, for example, looks very much like the activation glyph described in a few obscure texts. The one you pressed first. It made a soft click, I remembered, like a lock disengaging. Precisely, Thorn affirmed. You didn't just open a box, Alex. You initiated a sequence, a very old, very powerful sequence. He ran his finger over another symbol on the box, and this resembles a containment or sealing glyph, likely the one you ended on to close it. Yes, I said, a chill running down my spine, and when I did, the sphere cracked. The light turned red. Thorn closed his eyes, a deep frown etching itself onto his face. A critical state indeed. The Guardians designed this system for stability. If the sphere, the core of the Nexus, is damaged, it could become volatile, a conduit for raw, uncontrolled energy from the between spaces, or worse, a drain pulling energy from our reality. What kind of energy? I asked, remembering the static electricity, the cold, the draining sensation. Emotional, psychological, even physical energy. The entities that reside in the between spaces are often parasitic. They thrive on the disruption of our reality, the very fabric of our consciousness. Thorn opened his eyes, meeting my gaze with a grave expression. They are not benevolent, Alex. They are predators of the void. My blood ran cold. Dave's empty eyes, the blood from his ears, was he being drained? Was he food? We have to get him back, I insisted, my voice thick with emotion. There has to be a way to reverse it. Thorn nodded slowly. There is a theoretical way, but it depends entirely on the condition of the sphere. If it is too damaged, if it can no longer regulate the gateway, then reopening it to retrieve your friend would be akin to throwing open the gates of hell. So what do? I demanded. We can't just leave him there. We can't just let this thing stay broken. No, Thorn agreed, his gaze fixed on the box. We cannot. The consequences of an unstable gateway could be catastrophic for the entire region, perhaps even beyond. We must first assess the damage.
And how?
Thorn's eyes flickered to the symbols on the box. We need to reopen it, carefully, and observe the sphere, but we cannot simply press the symbols in the same sequence you used. That sequence was for initial activation and containment. To diagnose, we need a different approach, a different password, if you will.
Do you know it?
Thorn shook his head, not precisely. The legends speak of a language of light, but the specific sequences, the diagnostic commands, are lost. The Guardians were very careful to compartmentalize this knowledge. What you absorbed, Alex, was general knowledge, not operational specifics. However, your attunement to the sphere is now profound. You are linked to it.
What does that mean?
It means you are the key, Alex, Thorn said, his voice low. The sphere responded to your touch. It imparted knowledge to you. It will likely respond to you again. Your mind, now imprinted with the Guardian's wisdom, may be able to intuitively feel the correct sequence or at least guide us. It's a risk, but it's our only option. The idea was terrifying. The last time I touched it, my world had dissolved. But the thought of leaving Dave, of leaving the lake vulnerable, was even worse.
Okay, I said, taking a deep breath. What's the plan?
Thorn pushed a stack of ancient-looking scrolls aside, clearing a small space on his table. First, we must prepare. Reopening a damaged conduit to an unknown dimension requires safeguards, and we must attempt to interpret the Guardian's language more deeply. He gestured around his cluttered study. I have collected many fragments over the years. Some are likely irrelevant, but others might hold clues. We need to cross-reference your symbols, your visions, with the patterns I've observed in various myths and artifacts.
So research, I asked, a sense of anticlimax mixing with the dread.
Precisely, Thorn confirmed. Intense research. We cannot rush this. Every misstep could have dire consequences. We are dealing with forces that make nuclear physics look like child's play. We spent the next few days immersed in Thorn's labyrinthine study. The old house became our world. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the dust-laden air, illuminating motes dancing in the faint beams. The scent of old paper and strange herbs filled my nostrils, replacing the fresh pine of my cabin. Thorn, despite his age, possessed an astonishing intellect and an encyclopedic knowledge of arcane lore. He showed me ancient maps, not of physical landmasses, but of energetic ley lines crisscrossing the globe, some converging precisely where the Great Lakes lay. He pulled out yellowed parchments, some covered in pictographs, others in languages I'd never seen, all hinting at a hidden reality. The Guardians, Thorn explained, pointing to a depiction of slender, glowing figures in a faded etching, were beings of pure energy, capable of traversing these thin places between dimensions. They were not colonizers, not conquerors. They were caretakers. They established these nexus points, these gateways across various worlds to maintain cosmic balance. Our world, it seems, was one such critical point. He explained that the stone heart was a primary nexus, a point where the fabric of reality was unusually malleable. The sphere was its regulating mechanism, designed to either open the gateway for specific, controlled purposes or to keep it firmly sealed. The symbols, Alex, Thorn continued, pulling out a magnifying glass to examine my sketches, are not merely triggers. They are conduits for intent. Each glyph channels a particular energy signature. The Guardians, being energy beings themselves, could simply think the sequence and the sphere would respond. For us, we need the physical interaction, the focused intent, and the correct sequence. My visions from the sphere began to solidify in my mind. With Thorn's explanations, the chaotic flood of information started to form patterns. I remembered the guardians moving around the sphere, their forms shifting, their hands glowing as they interacted with it. It wasn't just pressing buttons, it was an act of focused will, a communion. Thorn guided me through breathing exercises and meditation techniques, which he claimed were adapted from ancient shamanic practices. You need to clear your mind, Alex, and learn to listen to the echoes of the sphere within you. It is speaking to you on a level beyond words. You just need to learn its language. It sounded like new age mumbo jumbo, but after what I'd seen, I was willing to try anything. And surprisingly, it helped. As I cleared my mind, focusing on the rhythmic rise and fall of my breath, the images of the sphere, the symbols, the guardians, became clearer, less frantic. I began to feel the residual energy of the sphere within me, a faint thrumming in my chest, a tingling in my fingertips. We focused on identifying symbols that might pertain to diagnostics, repair, or retrieval. Thorn had a vast collection of fragmented, ancient star charts and cosmic maps that he believed depicted energetic pathways rather than physical constellations. Some of these maps contained symbols strikingly similar to those on the box, though often in different configurations. The Guardians were meticulous, Thorn mused, tracing a complex pattern on one scroll. Every glyph has multiple meanings, depending on its context and the sequence in which it's activated. It's like a complex musical score, Alex. One note changes the entire melody. We theorized about the repair sequence. What would the Guardians do if the sphere was damaged? They wouldn't discard it. It was too vital. They would try to fix it. We looked for symbols that resembled concepts of restoration, rebalancing, or mending. It was like trying to solve a puzzle with half the pieces missing and no instruction manual. But with Thorn's guidance and my intuitive connection, we slowly, painstakingly, began to make progress. I sketched new combinations of symbols, trying to discern a logical flow. I would close my eyes, concentrate on the thrumming of the sphere, and visualize the symbols. Sometimes a flicker of an image would appear, a brief flash of a guardian's hand moving over a sequence, a subtle shift in the sphere's internal light. These fleeting glimpses were our only clues. Thorn believed the red light indicated a critical failure in the sphere's energy regulation. He found parallels in ancient descriptions of cosmic storms or void ruptures, periods when the veil between realities thinned dangerously. If the sphere is acting as an uncontrolled conduit, he explained, it could be drawing too much energy from our dimension, leading to ecological disruption, strange weather patterns, or even localized temporal anomalies. He also theorized about Dave. If the gateway pulled him into the between spaces, it means he wasn't just vaporized. He exists, Alex, in another vibrational frequency, another reality. The challenge is to find that frequency and pull him back without getting lost ourselves. One evening, after days of intense study, I felt a particularly strong surge of intuition. I had been meditating on a series of symbols related to balance and restoration. As I focused, I saw a new sequence in my mind's eye, one I hadn't consciously remembered from the initial vision. It involved pressing two symbols simultaneously, then a third, then a rapid succession of others, almost like a chord on a piano. I think I have something, I whispered to Thorn, my voice hoarse. I grabbed my notebook and quickly sketched the new sequence. It felt right. There was a resonance with the thrumming in my chest, a calm certainty that had been absent before. Thorn's eyes gleamed as he studied the sketch. Simultaneous activation. Fascinating. It implies a harmonic resonance, a tuning rather than a simple command. This could be it, Alex. This could be the diagnostic or repair sequence. But even with a potential sequence, the danger remained. The sphere was still cracked. We need a controlled environment, Thorne stated, pacing his small study, and a way to monitor the sphere's energy output. My equipment here is rudimentary at best. He looked at me. Your cabin, Alex, is it isolated enough? Does it have a stable power grid? My cabin was small, rustic, but well maintained. It was far enough from neighbors that no one would notice strange lights or sounds. Yes, I replied. It's pretty isolated. Good, Thorne said, a glint of determination in his eyes. We will return to your cabin, but first we need some additional preparations. He led me into a back room, a small workshop filled with archaic scientific equipment, old oscilloscopes, peculiar crystal formations, copper wiring, and various meters that looked like they belonged in a Frankenstein movie. This, Thorne said, gesturing with a sweep of his hand, is where I monitor the Great Lake's energetic fluctuations. It's crude but effective. He began gathering specific items: a large, ornate crystal, a coil of thick copper wire, a series of ancient-looking tuning forks, and a small, heavy wooden box filled with various colored powders. We will need to create a localized energetic buffer. Something to absorb any uncontrolled discharge and stabilize the ambient energy field. It took us another full day to pack Thorne's essential equipment into my truck. The drive back to my cabin felt different this time, less frantic, more purposeful. I was no longer a terrified victim. I was an active participant, albeit a very reluctant one, in an unfolding cosmic drama. Thorne sat beside me, poring over his notes, occasionally humming a tuneless melody to himself. We arrived at my cabin in the early evening. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the familiar scent of pine. The lake, still shrouded in a thin, ethereal mist offshore, seemed to watch us, silent and expectant. Inside the cabin, we set up Thorne's makeshift laboratory. He cleared my kitchen table, then carefully arranged his crystals, copper wires, and meters around it. He sprinkled the colored powders in precise patterns on the floor, explaining that they were finely ground minerals with specific energetic properties, meant to create a protective ward. He placed the tuning forks at cardinal points around the table, their prongs gleaming in the dim light. This will help contain any unforeseen energy surges, Thorne explained, wiping sweat from his brow. And this, he said, gesturing to a large, ancient-looking compass with strange, non-magnetic markings, will help us detect any shifts in the local energetic field. If the needle begins to spin wildly, we know we're in trouble. Finally, Thorne carefully removed the wooden box from its toolbox. The dark wood seemed to pulse faintly under the cabin's electric light. He placed it in the center of the table, surrounded by his strange array of protective devices. "Are you ready, Alex?" Thorne asked, his voice serious. "This is not without risk. Even with the buffer, an uncontrolled release could, well, it could be unpleasant and potentially dangerous." I looked at the box, then at the lake through the window, then at the empty spot where Dave's kayak should have been. A cold resolve settled in my chest. I have to be. Thorne nodded. Good, remember the sequence. Focus your intent. Visualize the sphere mending, stabilizing. We are seeking to diagnose, to repair, and eventually to reopen with precision. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I closed my eyes, picturing the symbols in my mind, feeling the faint thrumming within me. I concentrated on the sense of balance, of wholeness, that the new sequence evoked. "Now," Thorne said, his voice low and steady. I opened the box. The lid glided up smoothly. The sphere lay nestled on its silk bed. Its light, instead of the beautiful, pulsing blue, was a sickly, faint violet, tinged with an ominous, almost invisible red crackling within its depths. The intricate patterns within still swirled, but they seemed sluggish, broken like a shattered kaleidoscope. The hairline fracture was still there, a jagged scar across its surface. The air around us grew cold, but this time it was a dry, draining cold, not the static, charged chill of before. The compass needle on the table began to twitch nervously. The violet indicates a degraded state, Thorn murmured, watching the sphere intently. The red is still present but suppressed. It's holding for now. I took another deep breath, letting the attunement guide me. My fingers hovered over the symbols. I pressed the first two simultaneously. Click, click, a soft, synchronized sound from within the sphere. The violet light flickered, pulsed a little brighter. The air around the table hummed faintly. Then the third symbol, click, the sphere's light deepened, the internal red crackle seeming to intensify for a moment, then subside. The compass needle spun a full revolution, then settled, twitching. The rapid succession of the next symbols. My fingers moved almost instinctively, guided by a knowledge I didn't consciously possess. Click, 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 click. With the final symbol, a different kind of sound erupted from the sphere. It wasn't a click, but a soft, high-pitched whine, like a finely tuned machine adjusting itself. The violet light stabilized, becoming a clear, vibrant blue once more, though still faintly tinged with red around the crack. The internal patterns began to swirl with more purpose, more coherence. The crack, while still visible, no longer pulsed with angry red. It seemed contained. Thorn gasped, "Alex, you did it. The blue light is returning. It's stabilizing." The air in the cabin warmed slightly. The draining cold receded. The tuning forks around the table began to hum softly, resonating with the sphere's new, clearer pulse. The compass needle settled, pointing steadily north. I felt a profound sense of relief, a release of tension I hadn't realized I was holding. My hands were still trembling, but not from fear. "It's not fully repaired," Thorn observed, leaning in closer to examine the sphere. "The crack is still there, but the energy field is no longer volatile. It's now in a diagnosed and stabilized state. This is incredible, Alex. You have truly communed with it." "So what does that mean?" I asked, exhausted but exhilarated. "It means we can now safely interact with it further," Thorn explained. "We can attempt to analyze the information it holds regarding Dave's location and perhaps even a retrieval sequence." He looked at me, a serious expression on his face. "But we are not out of the woods yet. The gateway is still compromised, and the sphere itself will need to be fully repaired if we are to prevent future instability." "How do we do that?" Thorn frowned. "That, Alex, is the next puzzle. The legends mention recalibrating the heart with specific resonant frequencies, often found in ancient crystals or within specific geological formations. The Guardians were master alchemists and geologists, working with the Earth's own energies. We may need to find such a source." "But first," I said, pointing to the sphere, "can it tell us about Dave? Where he went, how to get him back?" Thorn nodded. "It should. The sphere is a living archive. It recorded the event. We need to access that information. And for that, Alex, you are still our most vital link. Your mind is uniquely attuned." He instructed me to place my hands carefully on either side of the open box, but not to touch the sphere itself. "Now close your eyes. Focus your intent. Ask the sphere to show you where your friend went. Visualize him, picture his face, his energy signature. Let the sphere guide you." I did as he instructed. I closed my eyes, focusing on Dave, on the last image I had of him, suspended in the blue light. I felt the thrumming of the sphere in my palms, a gentle vibration that seemed to seep into my very bones. I cleared my mind, opening myself to whatever the sphere might show me. This time the visions weren't a chaotic flood. They were clearer, more focused, as if the sphere itself was now guiding the information flow. I saw Dave again, suspended above the lake, but this time I saw through the distortion, through the shimmering ripple in space. I saw him being pulled, not into a void, but into a swirling vortex of colors, blues, greens, purples, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was like a kaleidoscope of pure energy, stretching into infinity. Then the vortex dissolved, and I saw him again. He was standing, seemingly unharmed, on a vast, crystalline plain under a sky that glowed with shifting auroras. The ground beneath him shimmered with iridescent light, like millions of tiny facets of a jewel. Strange, towering structures, organic and flowing, rose in the distance, constructed from what looked like solidified light. But Dave was alone. He looked disoriented, his hands still clutching his head, though the blood was gone. His eyes were wide, taking in the impossible landscape. He wasn't struggling, but he wasn't calm either. He looked lost. And then I saw them, the liquid light beings. They moved among the crystalline structures, their forms flowing, their light gentle. They seemed to be observing Dave, not with malice, but with a detached curiosity. They didn't approach him, didn't interact directly. They simply were. The vision shifted. I saw the gateway again from their side. It was a shimmering, pulsating portal, like a window onto my world, onto the lake. The guardians, or some of them, were gathered around it, their light forms focused, almost as if they were performing some ritual or monitoring a critical event. And then the vision showed me something else, a complex series of symbols, not etched onto a physical surface, but manifesting as pure light, swirling into specific patterns, forming a sequence. It was a retrieval sequence, a way to open the gateway from our side, specifically to the dimension where Dave was. The information was dense, intricate, but unlike before, it felt manageable. It was being presented to me as a puzzle to be solved, not an overwhelming deluge. I saw the energy requirements, the specific environmental conditions, the precise timing needed. It was incredibly complex, far beyond anything I could replicate immediately. The vision faded, leaving me panting, my hands still tingling from the sphere's energy. I slowly opened my eyes, blinking in the cabin's dim light. "Alex, what did you see?" Thorne asked, his voice urgent. "Dave," I gasped. "He's alive. He's in another place. A crystalline world with the Guardians. And I saw how to get him back. A sequence. A retrieval sequence." Thorne's eyes lit up. "Truly, you saw the sequence." "Yes, but it's incredibly complicated. It needs a lot of energy and precise conditions. It's not just pressing symbols, it's a whole process. I tried to recall the intricate details, but they were already starting to blur, like a complex dream. I need to write it down, fast." I grabbed my notebook, my pen flying across the page as I frantically tried to transcribe the sequence of symbols, the timing, the subtle energy modulations I had perceived. It was difficult, like trying to draw a memory that was already fading, but I pushed through, driven by the image of Dave's lost face. When I was done, I had a page filled with intricate glyphs, arrows, and hurried notes about energy fluctuations and environmental factors. It looked like a madman's scribblings, but to me, it was a lifeline. Thorne leaned over, studying my notes with a magnifying glass. "Remarkable, Alex, truly remarkable. This is more detailed than anything I could have hoped for. The Guardian's intent is clear. They have provided you with a path. But it's too much, I said, shaking my head. It's too complicated to do alone. We need help. We need more than just us. Thorn nodded, his expression somber. Indeed, a task of this magnitude will require resources beyond my humble means and beyond what two men can accomplish, especially given the sphere's current, partially damaged state. He tapped the sphere gently. To perform a precise retrieval, we need to fully repair the sphere first. Otherwise, the gateway could be unstable, and we risk losing more than just Dave. So how do we repair it? I asked, my frustration mounting. What about those resonant frequencies you mentioned, the crystals? That is where our next quest lies, Thorn stated. The legends speak of specific power sources, geological anomalies that resonate with the Nexus. There are tales of a hidden cave system, deep within the Keweenaw Peninsula, said to contain vast deposits of a unique, naturally occurring crystalline structure that hums with a deep, earthy energy. The indigenous people called it the Heartstone. It is believed to be a potent amplifier, a natural counterpart to the sphere's cosmic energy. My mind raced. The Keweenaw Peninsula was hundreds of miles away, a long, rugged finger of land jutting into Lake Superior. A cave. We're going spelunking now. Thorn gave a faint smile. If the legends are true, yes. If we can find this Heartstone, its natural energies might be enough to stabilize and recalibrate the sphere, mending its fractured core and restoring its full functionality. It is our best chance, Alex, to ensure a safe retrieval for your friend. But how do we find this cave? The old maps in my study, combined with local folklore, offer some clues, Thorn replied, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the chase. It won't be easy. These are not tourist caves. They are hidden, often dangerous, and fiercely guarded by nature itself. And if we find it, how do we even get the sphere to it, or take a piece of a crystal back here? We take the sphere with us, Thorn said firmly. The repair must happen in situ at the source of the resonant energy. It's too delicate, too powerful to transport fragments. We will need to set up a temporary recalibration station directly within the cave system. The prospect was daunting. A long journey, a dangerous search for a mythical cave, then setting up a fragile cosmic repair shop deep underground. But the image of Dave's lost face, surrounded by alien beauty, spurred me on. Okay, I said, rising to my feet. When do we leave? At dawn, Thorn declared, a renewed vigor in his ancient voice. We have no time to lose. The longer the gateway is compromised, the greater the risk to both Dave and our world. We spent the rest of the night making preparations. Thorn sketched out maps from his memory, combining them with satellite images I pulled up on my phone, a strange blend of ancient wisdom and modern technology. He outlined potential routes, possible hazards, and contact points for local resources, though he emphasized discretion above all else. No one must know what we truly seek, Alex, not yet. I packed my truck again, this time with more purpose. Camping gear, a sturdy pickaxe, ropes, headlamps, first aid supplies. Thorn brought more of his strange instruments, including a portable energy scanner he'd cobbled together, which he claimed could detect subtle ley line activity. The wooden box with the now stable blue light sphere inside was secured in a custom-built, padded compartment Thorn had quickly fashioned for it. The journey to the Keweenaw Peninsula was long and grueling. We drove for hours, deeper into the rugged wilderness of the Upper Peninsula. The landscape grew wilder, more remote, the towering pine forests giving way to ancient, craggy hillsides. Thorn navigated with uncanny precision, guided by faded landmarks and what he called his intuition for the Earth's pulse. We made camp near a small, isolated stream, tucked away in a dense thicket of trees. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. Thorn insisted on setting up a rudimentary protective ward around our camp, sprinkling his colored powders and arranging small, etched stones in a circle. "Precaution, Alex," he explained. "When you delve into places of power, you never know what other energies might be present." The next morning, we began our trek on foot. Thorn, despite his age, moved with surprising agility, his eyes constantly scanning the terrain. We followed an old, overgrown logging trail for a while, then veered off into dense bush, guided by a barely discernible deer path. The terrain was challenging. Steep inclines, slippery moss-covered rocks, thick undergrowth that snagged at our clothes. I carried most of the heavy gear, while Thorn clutched his compass and maps, his focus unwavering. Hours blurred into a single, arduous march. My muscles ached, and my lungs burned, but the image of Dave kept me going. "We are nearing the convergence point," Thorn announced, stopping at the edge of a particularly dense thicket. He consulted his compass, then pointed towards a cluster of ancient, moss-covered boulders. "The legends indicate a specific alignment here, a natural tuning fork in the Earth's crust." We pushed through the thicket, emerging into a small, secluded clearing. In the center stood a massive, split boulder, easily 20 feet high, scarred and weathered by millennia. A thin, almost imperceptible mist clung to its crevices, even in the bright sunlight. "The marker," Thorn whispered, his eyes filled with awe. "This is where the ancient currents intersect. The entrance should be close." We searched for what felt like hours, examining every rock face, every shadowed crevice. The air in the clearing felt subtly different, heavy with an unseen energy, a faint hum that seemed to resonate in my teeth. Finally, near the base of the split boulder, Thorn found it. Hidden behind a curtain of thick ivy and a cluster of ancient ferns was a narrow, dark opening. It was barely large enough for one person to squeeze through, leading into absolute blackness. "The mouth of the Heartstone Cave," Thorn said, his voice hushed. "Be careful, Alex. We are entering sacred ground." We donned our headlamps. The beam from mine cut through the inky blackness, revealing a narrow, winding tunnel, rough-hewn and smelling of damp earth and mineral. Thorn went first, his frail body surprisingly nimble as he squeezed through the opening. I followed, feeling the cold, damp rock brush against my shoulders. The tunnel sloped downwards, winding deeper and deeper into the earth. The air grew colder, heavier. The only sounds were our breathing, the drip of unseen water, and the occasional scuttling of some subterranean creature. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel opened up into a larger cavern. Our headlamps struggled to illuminate the vast space. It was immense, a natural cathedral carved by eons of geological activity. And then we saw them. The crystals. They erupted from the floor, walls, and ceiling of the cavern, pillars and formations of pure light. They weren't quartz or amethyst. These were unlike any mineral I had ever seen. They pulsed with an inner luminescence, a soft, warm, golden glow that seemed to breathe with its own life. Some were towering obelisks, stretching towards the unseen ceiling. Others formed intricate, fractal patterns on the walls, like delicate, luminous lace. The entire cavern seemed to hum with their presence, a low, resonant thrumming that was both felt and heard. "The Heartstone," Thorn breathed, his voice filled with reverence. "It's real. more magnificent than any legend described. The ground beneath our feet was a mosaic of smaller, iridescent crystals, crunching softly under our boots. The air was thick with a faint, sweet smell, like ozone mixed with wildflowers. The golden light from the crystals cast long, dancing shadows, making the cavern feel alive, magical. "This is it, Alex," Thorn said, turning to me, his face glowing in the reflected light. "This is where we mend the sphere." We carefully chose a flat, relatively clear section of the cavern floor, away from the largest crystalline formations, but still bathed in their golden glow. Thorn began to unpack his equipment, setting up a smaller, more focused energy buffer. He arranged his tuning forks, his compass, and a new set of meters designed to read subtle crystalline frequencies. I carefully removed the wooden box, then opened it, revealing the sphere. Its blue light, still faintly marred by the red crackle, seemed to intensify slightly in the presence of the heartstone crystals, as if reaching out, responding to their energy. "Place it here," Thorn instructed, indicating a spot in the center of his setup. I gently set the box down. The sphere pulsed, its blue light brightening, its red tinge diminishing noticeably. The large crystals around us pulsed in response, their golden light flaring. The entire cavern seemed to sing with a symphony of resonant frequencies. "The sphere is communicating with the Heartstone," Thorn observed, his eyes shining. "They are recognizing each other. It's working, Alex." "What do we do now?" "Now," Thorn said, "we introduce the recalibration sequence. This will require your attunement, Alex." "Now," Thorn said, his voice firm, "we introduce the recalibration sequence. This will require your attunement, Alex. Just as before, you must clear your mind, but this time visualize the sphere as whole, complete. See the crack closing, the red fading, the blue light becoming pure and vibrant. Let the Heartstone's energy flow through you into the sphere, guided by your intent." I took a deep, shaky breath, the golden light of the crystals bathing my face. The low hum of the cavern was a tangible presence, a deep vibration that resonated through my entire body. I focused on the sphere, its blue light already stronger, pulsing in sync with the cavern. I placed my hands gently on the edges of the open wooden box, just inches from the sphere, allowing the subtle energies to connect. Closing my eyes, I concentrated on the memory of the sphere's perfection, the flawless blue light I'd briefly glimpsed before my rash actions had fractured it. I visualized the hairline crack shrinking, sealing itself, dissolving into the intricate patterns within. I felt the thrumming from the Heartstone intensify, flowing through my palms, a warm, vital current. It wasn't my energy, but a conduit I was providing. The sphere felt alive under my touch, an extension of the very cavern itself. A low, resonant thrummum vibrated through the air, deeper and more profound than anything I'd felt before. The golden light of the crystals around us flared, then softened, as if breathing in rhythm with my intent. I felt a surge of cold, then warmth, coursing through me, not painful, but intensely invigorating, like a jolt of pure life force. "The resonance is building," Thorn exclaimed, his voice hushed with awe. I heard the frantic clicking of his meters, indicating a massive energy surge. "Keep going, Alex. Maintain the focus." I pushed harder, pouring all my will into the visualization. The faint red crackle within the sphere, the last vestiges of its instability, seemed to resist, flaring briefly, almost defiantly. But the golden energy from the Heartstone, channeled through me, was relentless. It felt like two immense forces grappling with my consciousness as the battlefield. My head began to ache, a deep pressure building behind my eyes. I felt a fleeting sense of despair, a whisper of inadequacy. What if I couldn't do it? What if the damage was permanent? But then I remembered Dave, his lost, disoriented face in the alien dimension. I remembered the responsibility, the danger to our world. That galvanized me. I pushed past the fear, past the doubt, focusing on the pure, unyielding will to mend, to heal. With a final, concentrated effort, I imagined the sphere coalescing, its fractured essence weaving itself back together. The red light flared one last time, violently, then, with a soft, almost inaudible pop, it vanished. The internal patterns of the sphere erupted into a dazzling display of pure, crystalline blue. The light intensified, radiating with a soft, steady brilliance that banished all shadows from our immediate vicinity. The hairline crack which had marred its surface was gone, dissolved, repaired. The sphere was whole. The thrumming in the cavern reached a crescendo, then gradually subsided, leaving a profound, almost reverent silence. The golden glow of the heartstone crystals pulsed gently, as if settling after a monumental effort. Thorn's meters quieted. I slowly opened my eyes, my head throbbing, my body trembling with exhaustion, but a profound sense of triumph washing over me. The sphere, nestled in its silk bed, gleamed with an ethereal, flawless blue. It pulsed with an inner life, its intricate patterns swirling in perfect harmony, radiating a powerful, serene energy that was utterly breathtaking. "It's done," Thorn whispered, his voice thick with emotion. He reached out a trembling hand, not to touch, but to hover inches above the sphere. "You did it, Alex. You mended the heart of the Nexus. This is beyond anything I ever dared to hope for." The air in the cavern felt revitalized, clean and pure, imbued with a palpable sense of peace. The earlier chill was completely gone, replaced by a comfortable, subtle warmth. "So it's fully repaired?" I asked, my voice hoarse. Thorn nodded, his eyes shining. "More than repaired, Alex. It's recalibrated, tuned to its original prime function. The Heartstone has infused it with a deep, earthy stability, grounding its cosmic energies. It is now a perfect conduit, a precise instrument. The gateway can be opened with control." A surge of hope, powerful and exhilarating, coursed through me. Dave, there was a real chance now. "Now, Alex," Thorn said, a renewed urgency in his voice. "We must focus on Dave. The sphere is ready. It will guide us." He looked at my notebook, still open to the page with my frantic sketches of the retrieval sequence. "The sequence you saw, the one to bring him back, we need to implement it." We spent the next few hours in the heart of the Heartstone Cavern, under the watchful, glowing eyes of the crystals, meticulously analyzing my scribbled notes. The sphere, now perfectly calibrated, seemed to hum with new energy, its blue light subtly shifting and deepening, revealing even more intricate patterns. Thorn was a whirlwind of academic fervor, poring over my sketches, cross-referencing them with his own ancient texts and theories. "This is not just a sequence of presses, Alex," he explained, pointing to a particularly complex glyph. "It's a multi-layered, energetic signature. This symbol, for instance, represents dimensional anchor point. This one, frequency resonance lock. It's a sophisticated tuning process, a way to pinpoint Dave's exact location in the between spaces and create a stable, temporary bridge back to our reality." My earlier intuitive connection to the sphere, now amplified by its full repair, made the complex information clearer. As Thorn spoke, the meaning of the symbols clicked into place in my mind, the vague images solidifying into concrete understanding. It was like learning a new language, but directly into my consciousness. "The sequence requires a precise energetic output," Thorn continued, tapping a series of figures on my notebook. And it needs to be executed at a specific location, a point of convergence for the energetic ley lines. The closer to the original nexus point, the island, the better. So we have to go back to the island, I asked, a wave of apprehension washing over me. The island was where everything had gone wrong. Ideally, yes, Thorn confirmed. The island is the primary anchor, but this time we will be prepared. We will have the full power of a recalibrated sphere and a precise sequence. It will be different. He pointed to a small, intricate symbol that I'd sketched, almost an afterthought. This glyph, this is critical. It's a temporal synchronization command. It means we need to align the opening of the gateway with a specific moment in the dimensional fabric. If we're off by even a microsecond, the retrieval could fail, or worse, cause further instability. How do we achieve temporal synchronization? I asked, feeling a fresh wave of daunting complexity. Thorn's gaze sharpened. The sphere will guide us. It is the chronometer, the navigator, but it will require your full focus, Alex. You will be the one feeling for that moment, the exact frequency shift. It will be like finding a specific note in a cosmic symphony. The retrieval sequence was not just a series of presses on the box. It involved a careful manipulation of the sphere's light, a focused projection of mental intent, and precise timing. Thorn identified sections of the sequence that seemed to require external energy input, small, controlled bursts from his own archaic devices. My equipment can provide the initial impetus, he said, but the sustained energy and the final dimensional lock will come from the sphere, guided by you. We spent the rest of the day and a good portion of the night practicing. Not with the sphere, not yet, but with simulated sequences. Thorn had me go through the motions, visualizing the symbols, focusing my intent, imagining the intricate energies at play. He used his portable energy scanner to read my own bioenergetic output, giving me feedback. Your focus is improving, Alex. Your attunement is becoming stronger. You are truly connecting to the Guardian's legacy. The thought was both terrifying and empowering. I, an ordinary kayaker, was becoming a conduit for ancient, cosmic forces. By dawn, the plan for Dave's retrieval was meticulously outlined, though still fraught with immense peril. We need to return to the island, Alex, Thorn declared, packing up his equipment with renewed urgency. The nexus point calls to the sphere. The conditions there will be optimal. The journey back to the mainland, and then the drive north to my cabin, felt charged with an electric tension. The sphere, now safely recontained in its wooden box, radiated a steady, reassuring blue light even through the canvas. Its presence in the truck was almost palpable, a powerful, silent passenger. When we arrived at my cabin, the sun was setting, painting the sky in fiery hues. The lake glimmered under a blanket of mist, the unnamed island a dark, ominous silhouette in the distance. It felt like walking back into the mouth of a beast, but this time, armed and prepared. Thorn insisted on a night of rest and further mental preparation. Your mind needs to be sharp, Alex. Your body rested. This undertaking will demand everything from you. Sleep was impossible. I lay in bed, listening to the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore, the cries of night birds, the subtle hum of the sphere from its protective container. My mind replayed the retrieval sequence, the symbols, the energy shifts, the temporal synchronization over and over. I visualized Dave, safe, back in our world, his smile returning. At the first hint of dawn, we were up. Thorn brewed strong coffee, his own eyes gleaming with a mixture of apprehension and unwavering resolve. We packed the kayak with the essentials, the sphere in its secure, waterproof container, Thorn's portable energy devices, a powerful first aid kit, and an emergency communication beacon. The lake is calm this morning, Thorn observed, looking out at the still, silvery water. A good omen, perhaps. The paddle to the island was silent. The air was cool, fresh, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Every stroke of my paddle felt heavy with purpose. The island grew larger, its ancient trees rising like sentinels against the pale morning sky. The familiar sense of unease returned, but it was tempered by determination. As we neared the cove where I'd first landed, I noticed something new. The mist that usually clung to the island's shore was thicker, more substantial. It swirled with faint, almost imperceptible colors, like distant oil slicks on the water. A low, persistent hum emanated from the island, a faint vibration that I felt through the kayak. "The gateway," Thorn murmured, his gaze fixed on the island. "It is stirring. The breach is still active, Alex, and whatever comes through is making its presence known." We landed the kayak on the same rocky beach where Dave had disappeared. The stone circle, nestled in its clearing, looked exactly as I remembered it, ancient, ominous, strangely beautiful. But the air within the circle was different. It crackled with a subtle static electricity, and a palpable cold radiated from the standing stone, even in the morning sun. The ground around the stone was almost imperceptibly shimmering. "The energies are raw here," Thorne stated, setting up his equipment with practiced efficiency. He arranged his meters, his tuning forks, and a small, portable energy generator that looked like something out of a 1950s sci-fi movie. He also set up a more robust protective ward around the stone circle, sprinkling his powders and placing specific crystals at key points. "The veil is thin, Alex, thinner than ever," Thorne warned, glancing at his compass, which was twitching erratically. "We need to act swiftly and with absolute precision." I carefully removed the wooden box, then opened it, revealing the now perfectly calibrated sphere. Its pure blue light pulsed steadily, casting an ethereal glow over the ancient stones. The cold radiating from the standing stone seemed to lessen slightly in the sphere's presence, as if the sphere was already beginning to impose order on the chaos. "Place it here," Thorne instructed, pointing to a flat section of rock directly in front of the standing stone. "It needs to be at the heart of the nexus." As I gently placed the box, the sphere's blue light intensified, mirroring the energy of the standing stone. The symbols etched onto the stone seemed to glow faintly, responding to the sphere's presence. The shimmering around the stone became more pronounced, like heat haze rising from the ground, but colder. "All right, Alex," Thorne said, his voice firm. "This is it. Remember the sequence. Focus. This is not just about pressing symbols. It's about projecting your intent, guiding the sphere, merging with its purpose. You are the conduit, Alex. The gateway will respond to your will." I took a deep breath, pushing down the surge of fear and adrenaline. I looked at the standing stone, at the shimmering air around it, picturing Dave's face, focusing on his return. "The first part of the sequence," Thorne prompted, his eyes fixed on my hands. "The dimensional lock." My fingers hovered over the symbols etched into the wooden box. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the attunement guide me. I felt the thrumming of the sphere in my palms, a powerful, steady pulse. I remembered the exact pressure, the subtle mental intent. I pressed the first symbol. Click, a soft, almost musical sound. The shimmering around the standing stone intensified, becoming a more defined ripple in the air, like looking through distorted glass. The low hum from the island deepened, becoming a resonant bass note that vibrated through the very ground. Good, Thorn murmured. Now the frequency resonance. I moved to the next symbol, pressing it with a surge of focused intent. Click. The ripple in the air above the stone coalesced, forming a distinct shimmering oval, like a portal of pure light. It was no longer distorted. It was clear, a window onto something else. But it was still empty, a blank slate. Now the energetic amplification, Thorn directed, adjusting a dial on his portable generator. I will provide the initial surge. You need to channel it through the sphere, Alex. Let its power flow. I pressed the next sequence of symbols, a rapid succession that felt like opening a complex lock. Click, click, click. Thorn activated his generator. A high-pitched whine filled the air, and a beam of concentrated green light shot from his device, striking the sphere. The sphere absorbed it instantly, its blue light flaring brilliantly, then shifting. It was no longer pure blue. It was a swirling vortex of blues, greens, and purples, exactly like the portal I had seen in my vision. The portal in front of the standing stone roared to life, mirroring the colors of the sphere. It began to swirl, a miniature galaxy of alien hues stretching into infinity. The cold, draining sensation returned, stronger than ever, but this time it was a controlled, focused cold, drawing energy into the portal, not dissipating it wildly. The gateway is open, Thorn yelled over the rising hum. It's stable. Now, Alex, the temporal synchronization. This is the most crucial part. Find the exact moment. I felt a profound sense of terror and exhilaration. My hands were shaking, but my mind was clearer than it had ever been. I closed my eyes again, focusing on the swirling portal, on the thrumming of the sphere. I visualized Dave standing on the crystalline plane. I reached out with my mind, feeling for that specific note, that unique frequency. The sphere pulsed wildly under my hands, guiding me. I felt a surge of information, a torrent of subtle shifts in the dimensional fabric. It was like feeling for a precise needle in a haystack of cosmic frequencies. I had to find the one that resonated with Dave, with his unique energetic signature. I saw the sequence of symbols in my mind, the final complex glyphs for retrieval, but I had to time them perfectly. A flicker, a faint ping in my consciousness, a subtle harmony amidst the chaos. It was it, the moment. Now I screamed, my voice raw, and pressed the final, intricate sequence of symbols on the box. It was a fluid, almost dance-like motion, guided by an instinctual knowledge that transcended conscious thought. Click, 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 thrummum. With the final press, the sphere pulsed with an incandescent, blinding white light. The portal in front of the standing stone flared even brighter, expanding, stretching, becoming a massive, shimmering window. And then, through the swirling colors, I saw him. Dave. He was standing just as I'd seen in my vision, on the crystalline plane, staring at the portal, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and dawning recognition. He looked older, somehow, etched with a subtle weariness, but he was undeniably there. His clothes were tattered, his face smudged, but he was alive. Dave, I yelled, my voice cracking. The portal stabilized, shimmering like an impossibly large mirror reflecting another world. Dave took a tentative step forward, then another. The liquid light beings, the Guardians, were still moving in the background, observing, their forms gentle, unobtrusive. But then, just as Dave was about to step through, something else shifted in the crystalline landscape behind him. A ripple, darker and more violent than the Guardian's soft movements. A shadow, long and angular, detached itself from the luminous structures. It wasn't a guardian, it was something else, something predatory. It moved with unnatural speed, a serpentine coil of pure darkness, radiating an intense cold that even through the portal made my teeth ache. It lunged towards Dave. "Look out, Dave," I screamed, instinctively pulling my hands from the sphere, ready to run to help. "No, Alex, maintain the gateway," Thorn roared, grabbing my arm, his frail grip surprisingly strong. "You must maintain the connection, break the sequence." Panic seized me. The dark entity, a creature of pure void, was rapidly closing in on Dave. Dave, disoriented and slow, didn't seem to fully grasp the immediate danger. He just looked at the approaching shadow with the same dazed wonder he had for the landscape. My hands hovered over the sphere, trembling. If I re-engaged, would I be able to stop that thing? If I didn't, would Dave be lost to it forever? "Alex, focus," Thorn urged, his voice tight with desperation. "The gateway will collapse if you lose your concentration. That thing will get him. We need him to come through now." I forced myself to look back at the sphere, to press my hands back down, to re-establish the connection. The moment I did, the white light flared again, and the portal pulsed, demanding my full attention. The creature of shadow seemed to hesitate, flickering at the edge of the portal, unable to fully cross, repelled by the pure light of the sphere. Dave, seeing the creature, finally reacted. A flicker of primal fear crossed his face, replacing the dazed wonder. He stumbled, then surged forward, desperate, towards the shimmering light of the gateway. The creature darted, a black blur, trying to cut him off, but the light from the portal, directed by the sphere and my focused intent, pulsed outwards, creating a barrier. It was a race against time, a desperate dash for freedom. Dave dove through the portal, a sudden, blurred motion. For a terrifying second, his form seemed to stretch, to waver, as if being torn between two realities. The portal flickered violently. The hum from the island rose to a deafening shriek. The shadow creature lunged, its form partially pushing through the portal, a claw of darkness reaching out. "Close IT, Alex, now," Thorn screamed. I didn't hesitate. With a final, desperate surge of will, I pressed the sealing glyph on the wooden box. Click. The white light of the sphere contracted violently, sucking the portal back into itself. The swirling colors vanished. The shimmer around the standing stone dissolved. The hum from the island died down, leaving an echoing silence. And then, with a thud and a groan, Dave collapsed onto the ground in front of the standing stone, just where he had disappeared. He was back. I scrambled forward, ignoring Thorn, ignoring the sphere, ignoring everything but Dave. I reached him, my hands shaking as I rolled him onto his back. He was pale, his eyes wide and unfocused, but breathing. There was no blood, no obvious injuries, just a profound exhaustion etched onto his face. He looked at me, a flicker of recognition in his dazed eyes. "Alex," he whispered, his voice hoarse, barely audible. What happened?" A wave of overwhelming relief, so potent it made my knees buckle, washed over me. He was alive. He was back. I pulled him into a tight embrace, not caring about the dirt or the exhaustion, just holding him, feeling the solid reality of his body. "You're back, Dave," I choked out, tears stinging my eyes. "You're safe, you're home." Thorn approached, his own face pale, but a look of profound satisfaction in his eyes. He checked Dave's pulse, his breathing. "He's stable," he confirmed. "He's suffered an immense shock, but physically he seems unharmed. The retrieval was successful, Alex. Impossibly, wonderfully successful." But even in that moment of triumphant relief, a shadow of unease lingered. I remembered the dark, serpentine creature, its desperate lunge, its shadowy claw almost breaking through the portal. What was that thing? And had we truly closed the gateway completely? Dave groaned, pushing himself up weakly. He looked around the stone circle, at Thorn, at the sphere now sealed in its box. His eyes landed on the standing stone, then widened in a sudden, sharp memory. The whispers, he muttered, clutching his head. The cold, it was pulling me apart, and that thing it was watching, always watching. He shuddered. It wanted to feed. My blood ran cold. Thorn's words echoed in my mind. They are predators of the void. We closed the gateway, Dave, I reassured him, trying to sound confident. That thing can't get you now. Thorn, however, looked grim. He walked over to the standing stone, examining the spot where the portal had been. He ran a hand over the surface of the ancient rock, then pressed his palm against it. His eyes narrowed in concentration. The gateway is sealed, he confirmed, his voice low. But he paused, his brow furrowed. The veil is still incredibly thin here. The energies are agitated. It's like patching a wound that's still bleeding internally. The breach was open for too long, and that thing Dave mentioned, it's still out there, and it knows the way now. My heart sank, so it wasn't truly over. What do you mean, it knows the way? I asked, a fresh wave of dread washing over me. When the gateway was open, Alex, even for a moment, it provided a glimpse into our reality, Thorn explained, turning from the stone. And the energy it drew, the disruption it caused, it acted as a beacon. Something in the between spaces, something malevolent, has now been alerted to our presence, to its presence. He gestured to Dave. It tried to follow him. It wanted him. Dave shuddered again, clearly remembering. It was like a constant hunger, a cold, empty hunger that filled the air. It drained the light from everything. It's drawn to life force, Alex, Thorn clarified, to consciousness, to the very essence of beings like Dave. It cannot fully cross while the sphere maintains the seal, but it can exert influence. It can weaken the veil further. It can wait. The relief I had felt just moments before was replaced by a chilling realization. We had saved Dave, but in doing so, we had also exposed our world to a new, insidious threat. The unstable gateway had become a lure. So what do we do? I asked, looking from Dave to Thorn, my mind racing with new fears. Thorn sighed, running a hand through his wild white hair. We cannot leave the sphere here. Not now. Its power is too great, its presence too alluring to such entities. It must be moved, secured, taken to a place of greater stability, and we must monitor this nexus point regularly. But what about that thing? Dave asked, his voice stronger now, though still raspy. Is it still here? Not physically, Thorn assured him. The sphere has sealed the direct pathway, but its influence can linger. Its shadow can persist where the veil is weakest. We must leave this place and take the sphere with us. We need to plan our next steps carefully. We helped Dave to his feet. He was weak, disoriented, but managed to walk with my support. The journey back to the kayak was slow, arduous. Every rustle in the trees, every creak of the old wood sent shivers down my spine. The island, once a place of quiet retreat, now felt profoundly tainted, a battleground for forces beyond comprehension. As we paddled back to my cabin, the sun rose higher, illuminating the pristine beauty of Lake Superior. But I saw it differently now. I saw the hidden layers, the thin places, the vast, unseen dimensions lurking just beyond the surface. Back at the cabin, Thorn immediately set about checking Dave more thoroughly, administering an ancient herbal concoction he claimed would help stabilize his energy. Dave, exhausted, eventually fell into a deep, dreamless sleep on my couch. Thorn and I sat at the kitchen table, the wooden box containing the sphere still placed carefully between us. The blue light, though contained, seemed to radiate a faint, watchful presence. "What now, Dr. Thorn?" I asked, my voice heavy with the weight of our new reality. Thorn looked at me, his intelligent eyes filled with a mixture of weariness and unyielding resolve. "Now, Alex, we face the next challenge. We have saved your friend, but we have opened a door to a greater understanding and a greater danger. The sphere is a focal point, a lure. We cannot leave it here, exposed, and we cannot allow the entity Dave encountered to gain further foothold." "So where do we take it?" "To a place where its energy can be properly contained and where we can study it, truly understand its capabilities without risking further breaches," Thorn replied, his gaze distant. "There is a facility, an organization that has, for decades, quietly observed and safeguarded anomalies like this. I have maintained a peripheral association with them, though I largely preferred my solitary research." "An organization?" I asked, surprised. "Like a secret government agency?" Thorn chuckled softly. "Something far older, far more discreet than government agencies. Think of them as guardians in their own right. Scholars, scientists, mystics, individuals from across the globe dedicated to understanding and containing the esoteric. They call themselves the Etherium Society." The Etherium Society. It sounded like something out of a fantasy novel. "They have a hidden facility, well shielded, designed to contain and study such artifacts," Thorn explained. "It is deep underground in a remote, undisclosed location. It is the safest place for the sphere, and the only place where we can truly learn to master its power, rather than simply reacting to it." "And what about us?" I asked, gesturing between myself and the still sleeping Dave. "What happens to us?" Thorn met my gaze. "You, Alex, are now inextricably linked to the sphere. Your attunement is profound. You are, in essence, a living key. Your role in understanding and safeguarding this artifact has only just begun. And Dave, he has been touched by the between spaces. His perception may be forever altered. He will need guidance and perhaps protection." The thought of leaving my quiet, isolated life behind, of stepping into a world of secret societies and cosmic threats, was overwhelming. But then I looked at the wooden box, at the faint blue light radiating from within. I thought of Dave, his life almost consumed by the void. There was no going back to normal. "So we joined this Etherium Society." "It is not a matter of joining, Alex, so much as cooperating," Thorn clarified. "They will certainly be interested in the sphere and in your unique connection to it. I will make the initial contact, but you will have choices, though I suspect your choices will be limited by the gravity of what you possess." "When do we leave?" I asked, a sense of grim resignation settling over me. "As soon as Dave is strong enough to travel," Thorn replied, glancing towards the couch. "We cannot risk staying here. The longer the sphere is in an unshielded location, the more susceptible this area becomes to things from the void, and the more likely they are to find a way back through the weakened veil." The next few days were a blur of recovery for Dave, an intense discussion with Thorn. Dave slowly regained his strength, but he was changed. He was quieter, more watchful. He would stare out at the lake with a strange intensity, as if seeing beyond the surface. He had vivid, disturbing dreams which he rarely spoke about, but I could tell they haunted him. He confirmed Thorn's assessment. It was always watching, like a black hole drawing everything into itself. And it wants back in. Thorn, meanwhile, was busy making discreet arrangements. He used an old, encrypted satellite phone, speaking in hushed tones, using codes and obscure terminology. He explained that our journey to the Ethereum facility would be complex, involving multiple changes of vehicles and routes to avoid detection. Discretion is paramount, Alex. This is not a world that tolerates exposure. My cabin, my sanctuary, began to feel like a temporary way station, a place we were merely passing through. The familiar comfort of my home was now tinged with an awareness of the vast, unseen forces that permeated reality. Finally, after nearly a week, Dave was strong enough to travel. He still had a haunted look in his eyes, but his physical strength had largely returned. He was no longer the same carefree individual, but the familiar spark of his personality was beginning to re-emerge, albeit tempered by a newfound gravity. "Ready for another road trip, buddy?" I asked him, trying for a semblance of normalcy as we packed the truck. He managed a weak smile. "Just point me away from shimmering portals and hungry shadows, Alex, and maybe towards a decent diner." Thorne secured the sphere in its specialized container, which he then placed in a heavy-duty, lead-lined trunk that resembled an oversized, archaic storage chest. "This will provide an additional layer of energetic shielding," he explained. "It will dampen the sphere's signature, making us less of a beacon." The truck, once a symbol of my simple, independent life, was now packed with supplies, arcane equipment, and a cosmic artifact that held the fate of dimensions. We were leaving the familiar world behind, stepping into the clandestine realm of the Ethereum Society. The journey began in the dead of night. We drove south, away from the familiar northern wilderness, Thorne navigating with an array of paper maps and a small, secure GPS device he'd set up. The route was circuitous, winding through back roads, small towns, and deserted stretches of highway. Thorne kept the radio off, his attention solely on the road and his instruments. "The facility is in a remote, high-altitude desert region," Thorne explained as we drove through the dark. "A place of natural, energetic isolation, far from major population centers and sensitive ley lines. It is designed to be a fortress against the unseen and a crucible for its study." The thought of an underground fortress dedicated to studying alien artifacts was both reassuring and unsettling. It meant we weren't alone in this, but it also confirmed the sheer scale of the unknown. After 2 days of relentless driving, interspersed with brief, uneasy stops for food and fuel, we arrived at a prearranged rendezvous point, a desolate gas station in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest town. A beat-up, unmarked van was waiting. Its driver, a stern-faced woman with short, practical hair and an unreadable expression, simply nodded at Thorne. "She will take us the rest of the way," Thorne explained. "The direct approach to the facility is heavily guarded and requires specific access codes." We transferred our luggage, and more importantly, the lead-lined trunk containing the sphere, into the van. The woman scanned Thorne's identification card with a small handheld device, then gave him a curt nod. She barely acknowledged Dave or me. The van drove for another hour, deeper into an arid, mountainous landscape, devoid of any visible signs of civilization. The paved road eventually gave way to a rough, gravel track, then a barely discernible dirt path that wound through canyons and sparse scrubland. Finally, the van pulled up to what looked like nothing more than a sheer rock face. There was no visible entrance, no gate, no sign of human habitation. The desert wind howled around. The desert wind howled around us, whipping up dust and grit. The rock face, dark and imposing, offered no hint of a hidden entrance. It was a blank canvas of ancient stone, utterly devoid of any man-made markers. The driver, without a word, reached under her dashboard and pulled out a sleek black device. She aimed it at a specific point on the rock face, and a narrow, almost invisible beam of red light shot out. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a faint, low hum vibrated through the ground, barely perceptible, like a sleeping giant stirring. A section of the rock, perhaps 20 feet wide and equally tall, began to retract inwards, not swinging open, but melting into the surrounding stone with impossible fluidity. It revealed a perfectly smooth, dark tunnel, lit by a soft, internal glow. It was a marvel of engineering, a seamless blend of natural rock and advanced concealment. "Welcome to the Etherium," Thorn murmured, his voice hushed with a hint of reverence. He looked at me, then at Dave, a solemn expression on his face. "From this point forward, our lives and the understanding of our reality will be irrevocably altered." The van rolled smoothly into the cavernous opening. As soon as we were inside, the rock face slid shut behind us, sealing us away from the desert and the outside world. The sudden, absolute silence was profound, broken only by the hum of the van's engine. The tunnel stretched ahead, wide and meticulously carved, sloping gently downwards. The lighting was subtle, emanating from unseen sources, casting a soft, blue-white glow on the polished rock walls. It felt like entering a spaceship or a tomb built for giants. The air, though recycled, was fresh and cool, carrying a faint, sterile scent that reminded me of a hospital, yet somehow more ancient. We drove for what felt like an eternity, descending deeper and deeper into the earth. The van's speed was modest, the journey uncomfortably long in the confined space. Dave, who had been quiet since we left the cabin, leaned forward, his eyes wide, taking in the impossible architecture. The change from the open wilderness to this subterranean labyrinth was disorienting, even unsettling. After another half hour, the tunnel opened into a vast, sprawling complex. It was a city carved from rock, bathed in the same serene blue-white light. There were multiple levels, connected by ramps and elevators, with transparent walkways crisscrossing overhead. People moved purposefully through the corridors, dressed in utilitarian jumpsuits of various colors, each with a subtle Etherium insignia on the breast pocket. It was a hive of quiet activity, efficient and focused. The van pulled into a designated parking bay. As the engine cut, the silence was even more noticeable. The driver turned to us, her expression unchanged. "You will be escorted from here. Your belongings will be scanned and delivered to your quarters." Before we could fully process her words, a new figure appeared, walking towards us with a measured, confident stride. He was a man in his late 40s, with a lean build, sharp, intelligent eyes, and a meticulously trimmed beard flecked with gray. He wore a dark, form-fitting uniform that suggested authority. "Dr. Thorne," the man said, his voice calm and precise, extending a hand. "It is good to see you again, and you have brought significant company." His gaze lingered on Dave and me, a flicker of intense curiosity in his eyes. "Director Elias Vance," Thorne introduced him to us. "Director, these are Alex and Dave. They are central to the current situation." Vance nodded, his gaze unwavering. "So I understand. The preliminary reports were intriguing, and the energy signatures detected from your previous location were quite remarkable. A full-scale dimensional breach and retrieval. An unprecedented event, Dr. Thorne." His tone was neutral, almost academic, but there was an underlying tension, a sense of profound consequence in his words. He was assessing us, weighing our importance against the potential disruption we represented. "We have much to discuss, Director," Thorne replied, his own demeanor formal. "But first, I believe the sphere requires secure placement." He gestured to the lead-line trunk. Vance's eyes immediately went to the trunk. "Of course, it has been prepared for. Please follow me. Your quarters have been assigned, and a debriefing room is ready." We followed Vance through a maze of corridors. The air here was cooler, almost clinical. We passed numerous labs, observation rooms, and control centers, all filled with advanced, unfamiliar technology. Scientists, technicians, and what looked like security personnel moved with a quiet purpose, each seemingly aware of their vital role. It was clear that this was no ordinary research facility. It was a bastion against the unknown. Finally, we arrived at a large circular chamber. The walls were lined with advanced sensor arrays and shimmering containment fields. In the center, a raised platform gleamed, with a perfectly crafted pedestal designed to hold the sphere. "This is Chamber Row 7, Vance explained, his voice echoing slightly in the vast space. "Our primary containment and study nexus for objects of extreme dimensional volatility. Its shielding is unparalleled." Thorne and I carefully lifted the heavy, lead-line trunk onto a cart, which a technician then wheeled onto the platform. With precise, practiced movements, they opened the trunk and gently transferred the wooden box, with the sphere inside, onto the pedestal. As the lid of the wooden box was opened, revealing the sphere's luminous blue light, the containment chamber seemed to hum in response. The sensor arrays on the walls lit up, displaying complex data streams that flowed across holographic screens. The blue light of the sphere, contained within the chamber, seemed to pulse with a subtle, watchful energy, as if acknowledging its new, formidable surroundings. Vance watched the sphere intently, his expression unreadable. "A truly magnificent artifact," he murmured, "and a deeply problematic one. Its stability is impressive, given its history. Your recalibration efforts, Dr. Thorne, are to be commended." "The Heartstone provided the necessary grounding," Thorne clarified, "and Alex here provided the attunement." Vance turned his gaze to me, a glint in his sharp eyes. "Indeed, the reports on your unique connection are extraordinary, Mr. Miller. We will require a full assessment of your bioenergetic signature and psionic resonance. Your input will be vital to our understanding." I felt a shiver run down my spine. Psionic resonance. I wasn't sure I liked the sound of that. "Let's get you settled first," Vance said, sensing my unease. "Your quarters are adjacent. We'll meet in the debriefing room in an hour. Thorne, you know the drill." He led us down another corridor to two Spartan but comfortable rooms, each with a bed, a small desk, and a private washroom. Our transferred gear was neatly laid out. Dave looked around his room, then back at me, a silent question in his eyes. He was clearly overwhelmed, but also, surprisingly, a little intrigued. "So this is it, huh?" Dave finally said, as we stood in the hallway between our rooms. "Secret underground lair. What do you think they're going to do? Poke us with probes?" I managed a weak smile. "Probably, but at least you're back." "Yeah," he said, a solemn look on his face. "Thanks for that, Alex, truly. I don't remember much clearly, just bits and pieces, but I remember that thing, that cold. I don't want to think about what would have happened if you hadn't pulled me out." He shuddered. "Don't worry about it now, Dave. We're safe here, right? Thorne said this place is impenetrable." I hoped I sounded more convincing than I felt. An hour later, Thorn, Dave, and I were seated around a large holographic table in a stark debriefing room. Vance sat opposite us, flanked by two other individuals, a stern-faced woman in a lab coat who looked to be in her late 50s, and a younger man, perhaps in his early 30s, with intense, intelligent eyes. Alex Dave, Thorne began. Allow me to introduce Dr. Eris Thorne, no relation. He chuckled softly. Our resident expert on dimensional physics and xenomorphic entities. And this is Dr. Lena Petrova, head of parapsychological and bioenergetic studies. I nodded to them, feeling a fresh wave of apprehension. Xenomorphic entities, parapsychological studies. This was light years beyond kayaking and camping. Before we delve into the full report, Mr. Miller, Mr. Henderson, Vance began, his voice calm, I want to make it clear that your cooperation is not optional. You are now privy to knowledge that few on this planet possess, and you carry a direct link to an artifact of immense power. The Etherium Society is responsible for the safeguarding of our world from such anomalies. Your involvement, therefore, is paramount. We understand, Director, I said, trying to project a sense of calm I didn't entirely feel. Good. Now, Dr. Thorne, if you would be so kind as to provide a concise overview of the events leading to the sphere's activation, its breach, and the subsequent retrieval. Thorne launched into a detailed, yet streamlined, account of everything that had transpired. He explained my initial discovery, the accidental activation, Dave's disappearance, my attunement, the partial repair, the journey to the Heartstone, the full recalibration, and finally, the fraught retrieval of Dave. He emphasized my unique connection to the sphere and the critical role I played in both its stabilization and Dave's return. As Thorne spoke, the holographic table came to life, displaying detailed schematics of the sphere, satellite images of the island, and even a simulated reconstruction of the dimensional breach, based on Thorne's data logs and my descriptions. Dr. Petrova and Dr. Eris Thorne listened intently, occasionally interjecting with sharp, incisive questions. And the entity Mr. Henderson described, Dr. Petrova asked, her voice calm but penetrating. The shadow creature, or void predator, can you elaborate on its appearance, Mr. Henderson? Dave, though still a little pale, recounted his terrifying experience in the crystalline dimension. He described the constant whispers, the chilling cold, the feeling of being watched, and the sudden, terrifying lunge of the serpentine shadow creature. He struggled to articulate its form, describing it as pure absence, a draining darkness, but alive. Dr. Eris Thorne leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with academic interest, not fear. Fascinating. Your description aligns remarkably with historical accounts of umbral weavers or chthonic drakes found in ancient texts across various cultures. Entities from a tangential reality, drawn to areas of dimensional instability, particularly those that offer a conduit to higher energetic signatures. My blood ran cold. You mean these things exist? There are others. Oh, indeed, Mr. Miller, Dr. Eris Thorne confirmed, a hint of unsettling excitement in his voice. The multiverse is vast, and many of its inhabitants are less than benign. The Etherium has recorded evidence of such incursions throughout history, often dismissed as folklore or delusion. But the nexus point on your island, combined with the sphere's energy, acted as a powerful beacon. And it knows the way now, Vance concluded, his expression grim. That is our primary concern. The breach may be sealed, but the localized energetic disruption at the nexus point, combined with the imprint of the umbral weaver, leaves a significant vulnerability. What does that mean for the island? I asked, my thoughts immediately going back to my cabin, my home. It means the island is compromised, Vance stated bluntly. Its inherent shielding has been weakened. The veil is thinner there than anywhere else. It must be monitored constantly, and if activity escalates, it may require more drastic measures. More drastic measures? Dave asked, his voice tight. Isolation, containment, perhaps even sterilization of the nexus point, Vance replied, his gaze unwavering. We cannot risk a full-scale incursion, not after the Argentum incident in '87. No one elaborated on the Argentum incident, but the hushed tones and the immediate gravity of the conversation suggested it had been catastrophic. Now, Mr. Miller, Dr. Petrova said, turning her attention to me, your attunement to the sphere is unprecedented. We need to understand its nature. How do you perceive the sphere's energy? What does it feel like? I tried to explain, describing the resonance, the visions, the intuitive understanding of the symbols. It felt inadequate, like trying to describe a symphony to someone who had never heard music. We believe you possess a rare bioenergetic signature, Dr. Petrova continued, a neural pathway that allows for direct interface with high-frequency dimensional energies. It is likely what allowed the sphere to choose you as its primary conduit. Chosen, I repeated, a strange mix of pride and fear welling up. Indeed, Vance affirmed. Artifacts of this nature often select their operators. You are now, for all intents and purposes, bonded with it. That makes you invaluable, and also, regrettably, a potential target for other entities seeking to control the sphere. The realization hit me with full force. My life, my anonymity, my quiet existence, all of it was gone. I was now a pawn, or perhaps a prize, in a cosmic game I barely understood. Over the next few days, our lives at the Ethereum facility settled into a demanding, relentless routine. Dave, still recovering, was subjected to a battery of medical and psychological evaluations. They wanted to understand the lingering effects of his dimensional exposure. He spoke to therapists, underwent brain scans, and provided detailed accounts of his experiences, though many details remained a blur for him. He was cleared physically, but the psychological impact was significant. He remained quieter, more prone to introspection, and developed an unusual sensitivity to subtle energetic shifts, often reporting a cold hum or shadows at the edge of his vision in certain areas of the facility. The Ethereum doctors noted this with keen interest, classifying him as a low-level empathic conduit to residual dimensional resonance. I, however, became the primary focus of the research. My days were a blur of experiments and observations in Dr. Petrova's labs. She meticulously analyzed my brain activity while I interacted with the sphere, measuring my bioelectric output, my neural pathways, and my psionic resonance. I would sit in specialized chairs, electrodes attached to my scalp, my hands placed on containment fields that replicated the sphere's energetic field. I learned to consciously focus my intent, to visualize, to project my thoughts into the sphere's intricate patterns. Under Dr. Petrova's guidance, I discovered new facets of my attunement. I could now, with focused effort, manipulate the sphere's light patterns, shifting its hue, increasing its intensity, and even in small ways, accessing fragments of the vast data it contained. It was like learning a new language, but one made of light and pure energy. Your abilities are accelerating at an extraordinary rate, Alex, Dr. Petrova observed during one of our sessions, her voice filled with a rare enthusiasm. Your neural plasticity, combined with your initial exposure, has created a unique symbiotic link. You are not just operating the sphere, you are integrating with it. Dr. Aris Thorne, the dimensional physics expert, focused on the sphere itself. He used an array of advanced sensors to map its internal geometry, its energy output, and its unique dimensional signature. He confirmed that the sphere was indeed a nexus key, capable of opening stable, controlled gateways to other dimensions. He also discovered that the sphere possessed an internal library of information, a vast cosmic database accessible only through attunement. It contains records of countless civilizations, species, and dimensional systems, Alex, Dr. Aris Thorne explained, showing me holographic projections of swirling star charts and alien landscapes. The Guardians were not just gatekeepers, they were archivists of the multiverse, and with your guidance, we are beginning to unlock its knowledge. My training was intense, both physically and mentally. I pushed the limits of my concentration, learning to ignore the constant hum of the facility, the watchful eyes of the researchers, and the lingering fear of the unknown. I spent hours meditating, practicing visualization techniques, and strengthening my mental defenses against potential psychic intrusions, a precaution Dr. Petrova insisted upon. Your mind is a gateway now, Alex, she warned. What came for Dave and other entities like it might try to exploit that connection. You must learn to shield yourself. Thorne, meanwhile, was fully immersed in the Ethereum's archives. He devoured ancient texts, cross-referencing them with the sphere's emerging data. He seemed energized by the collaborative environment, thriving on the exchange of knowledge with other brilliant minds. He became our advocate, translating complex scientific jargon into understandable terms, and ensuring that our well-being was considered amidst the demanding research. Director Vance remained a distant, authoritative figure, overseeing everything from his command center. He would frequently visit Chamber Row 7, observing the sphere and our interactions, his sharp eyes missing nothing. His primary concern was security, the containment of the sphere, and the potential threats it represented. One evening, after a particularly grueling day of training, I found Dave in the common lounge, a rare, relaxed space in the facility. He was playing a game of holographic chess against a computer, but his attention seemed elsewhere. "How are you holding up, man?" I asked, sitting beside him. He sighed, pushing a holographic rook across the board. "It's weird, being back but not being back. My dreams are still messed up, and sometimes I swear I can still feel that cold, that hunger, just at the edge of my senses." He looked at me, a flicker of genuine fear in his eyes. "Do you think it's still out there, Alex, that thing?" "Thorne and Vance say it can't cross the sealed gateway," I reassured him, though the words felt hollow even to me. "And the sphere is heavily shielded here. We're safe." "Yeah, safe," he muttered, "but knowing what's out there, it changes things, makes everything else seem small." He paused. "What about you? You're practically turning into a Jedi with that thing. How's it feel?" "It's powerful," I admitted, "and overwhelming, like I'm plugged into the universe, but I don't have the instruction manual. But I'm learning. We're getting closer to understanding what happened, to understanding what the Guardians were trying to prevent." "And what was that?" Dave asked, leaning closer. From what Thorne and Dr. Aris Thorne are piecing together, the Guardians weren't just protecting our world from incursions, I explained. They were protecting the nexus points themselves, the interdimensional doorways, from becoming unstable. They saw them as critical arteries of the multiverse, and some entities, like the Umbral Weavers, seek to exploit that instability to feed on the raw energy of collapsing realities. "So they're like cosmic paramedics," Dave quipped, trying to lighten the mood. Something like that, I agreed, a grim smile on my face. But the problem is, the breach on the island created a permanent scar, a weak point that even the recalibrated sphere can only seal, not fully heal, and that scar attracts attention. Our conversation was interrupted by an alert chime. A holographic screen flickered to life in the lounge, displaying an urgent message. All personnel to designated stations. High priority alert. Anomalous energy signature detected at Nexus Point Kappa 9. Repeat, Kappa 9. My heart pounded. Nexus Point Kappa 9. That was the code name for my island. Dave and I exchanged a terrified glance. "What's happening?" he whispered. "I don't know," I said, already on my feet, "but we need to find Thorn." We raced through the corridors, the facility now buzzing with a controlled urgency. Personnel moved with faster strides. Holographic maps of the island flickered on screens, displaying fluctuating energy readings. We found Thorn in the main command center, already poring over a holographic projection of the island, alongside Director Vance and Dr. Eris Thorn. "What's happening, Dr. Thorn?" I demanded, my voice tight with fear. Vance turned to us, his face grim. "The anomaly is escalating, Mr. Miller. A significant energetic fluctuation has been detected at the island nexus point. It's radiating a distinct signature, one that matches the umbral weaver you encountered, Mr. Henderson." Dave paled, clenching his fists. "It's trying to get back in, isn't it?" "It's trying to push through the weakened veil," Dr. Eris Thorn clarified. "The breach was severe enough that it left a residual impression. And now, sensing the sphere's absence, and perhaps drawn by Mr. Henderson's lingering energetic echo, it is trying to exploit that weakness." On the holographic projection, a pulsating red spot appeared over the island, rapidly expanding, the energy readings spiking into dangerous territory. "The integrity of the local dimensional fabric is degrading rapidly," a technician announced, his voice tight. "We are seeing localized spacetime distortions around the island perimeter. Environmental shifts detected. Anomalous cold fronts, sudden atmospheric pressure drops." "This is not a simple probe," Vance stated, his jaw set. "This is a concerted effort. It's attempting to force a new breach. Dr. Thorn, can we reinforce the seal from here?" Thorn shook his head, his face etched with worry. "The sphere's power needs to be applied directly at the nexus. Even with Alex's attunement, projecting enough localized energy from this distance is highly improbable. The energy required to counteract an umbral weaver's direct influence would be astronomical and would risk destabilizing the sphere itself." "So we have to go back?" I asked, a surge of adrenaline mixed with dread. Vance met my gaze. "It is the only viable option, Mr. Miller. The sphere, guided by you, must reinforce the seal directly at the nexus. We cannot allow this entity to establish a permanent foothold." "But if it's trying to force its way through," Dave interjected, "won't we be walking straight into a trap?" "A calculated risk, Mr. Henderson," Vance replied, "but we will not be unprepared this time. A full Ethereum response team will accompany you. We will ensure the site is secure, and you will have ample protection." "And the sphere?" I asked. "It's ready for this." "The sphere is more than ready, Alex," Thorn assured me. "It is fully calibrated, fully charged. It possesses the power to push back this entity, to strengthen the dimensional veil, but it will require your utmost focus, your complete connection." The plan was quickly formulated. A A specialized Ethereum team, equipped with advanced weaponry and containment devices, would secure the island perimeter. Thorn, Dave, and I would be transported via a stealth craft along with the sphere to the island. My task would be to activate a powerful recalibration sequence, one designed not just to seal a breach, but to actively reinforce the dimensional fabric, to push the Umbral Weaver back into its own reality. Within hours, we were once again on the move. This time our transport was a sleek black VTOL craft, capable of near-silent flight and incredibly fast speeds. Inside, the atmosphere was tense, the Ethereum team members silent and focused, their gear neatly stowed. Dave and I, along with Thorn, were strapped into specialized seats. The lead line trunk containing the sphere was secured in a central compartment, monitored by a dedicated technician. The journey was swift. We flew north, over the vast expanse of forests and lakes, the familiar landscape now appearing utterly alien under the urgency of our mission. As we approached the region of my cabin, the VTOL's sensors began to pick up severe atmospheric disturbances. Approaching Nexus Point Kappa 9, the pilot announced, his voice calm. Turbulence increasing, energy readings off the charts. We have visual of localized spacetime distortion over the target. I looked out the panoramic viewport. In the distance, over my island, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. The air above it shimmered, not like heat haze, but like a violent, churning vortex of dark energy. Lightning, impossibly black, flickered within its depths, and the very clouds above seemed to be pulled into its maw. It was a gaping wound in reality, actively trying to tear itself wider. "It's worse than we thought," Thorn whispered, his face pale as he stared at the screen displaying the energy readings. The Weaver is exerting immense pressure. It's like a cosmic battering ram against the dimensional wall. The VTOL descended rapidly, a sleek shadow against the twilight sky. The ground team had already been deployed, their advanced stealth suits making them almost invisible against the tree line. They were setting up a perimeter, deploying energy dampeners and containment fields, preparing for an unknown threat. As we neared the island, the cold hit us, not just the normal chill of the night, but an unnatural, draining cold that seeped into my bones, a palpable echo of Dave's earlier descriptions. The hum was back too, a deep, pervasive vibration that resonated through the craft's hull, a low, guttural growl from beyond the veil. "Landing zone secured," the pilot confirmed, deploying ground assets. The VTOL touched down gently in the clearing near the stone circle. The moment the ramp lowered, the full force of the anomaly hit us. The air was frigid, filled with the scent of ozone and something acrid, almost metallic. The stone circle pulsed with an unholy red light, its ancient markings appearing to writhe. The standing stone, in particular, was the epicenter of the maelstrom. The air around it was tearing itself apart, not shimmering like a portal, but actively distorting, warping reality into a grotesque parody of itself. A gaping maw of swirling darkness was forming, a nascent gateway, tearing itself open. "It's almost through," Dave yelled, pointing a trembling finger at the standing stone. "I can feel it, that hunger." "Move, move, move." Vance's voice was sharp, cutting through the chaos. "Miller, Thorn with me. Protective detail, form up." An Ethereum squad immediately surrounded us, their energy shields shimmering faintly. We quickly extracted the sphere from its container, Thorn carrying the box, his movements surprisingly swift. I clutched my notebook, its pages still filled with my frantic sketches, now refined with Thorn's precise annotations. We moved towards the stone circle, the ground crackling under our boots with static electricity. The The trees around the clearing were groaning, their branches swaying violently despite the lack of wind, as if caught in an unseen current. The integrity field is failing. A technician's voice crackled over Vance's comms. The entity is pushing back against our dampeners. We're losing containment. As we reached the stone circle, the sight was truly terrifying. The center of the circle was no longer just shimmering. It was a roiling tempest of shadows and unnatural light, a vortex of pure void, tearing a hole in our reality. Tendrils of darkness, like prehensile smoke, lashed out from the nascent gateway, clawing at the air, leaving trails of chilling cold in their wake. It's trying to manifest physically. Dr. Aris Thorne's voice was tense over Vance's earpiece. The pressure is immense. If it fully crosses, it will anchor itself. Miller set up the sphere, Vance commanded, his face grim, his weapon, an energy rifle of advanced design, raised and ready. The Etherium agents formed a tight circle around us, their shields absorbing the chaotic bursts of energy emanating from the vortex. Thorne placed the wooden box, open to reveal the glowing blue sphere, directly in front of the standing stone. The sphere pulsed violently, its blue light warring against the encroaching darkness, a small beacon of order against cosmic chaos. The recalibration sequence, Alex, Thorne urged, his voice barely audible over the growing roar of the vortex. The one to reinforce the veil, quickly. I knelt before the sphere, my hands trembling as I placed them on the edges of the box. The cold was overwhelming, threatening to paralyze me, but the image of Dave's terrified face and the knowledge of what would happen if that thing broke through galvanized me. I closed my eyes, trying to focus, but the chaos around me was immense. The ground vibrated, the air screamed, and the very fabric of reality seemed to be unraveling. I can't focus, I yelled, my voice raw. There's too much interference. Dave, your resonance, Thorne suddenly cried out, turning to my friend. The residual connection, channel it, help Alex focus. Dave, pale and shaking, stumbled forward, pushing past an Etherium agent. Me, how? It's imprinted on you, Thorne explained quickly. Your fear, your connection to it, use it. Focus your intent not on fear, but on pushing it back. Visualize the veil thickening. Your unique echo acts as a reverse anchor point, a counter frequency. Dave hesitated for a second. Then, with a primal roar of defiance, he lunged forward, placing his hands on my shoulders, his eyes fixed on the chaotic vortex. His face was contorted in effort, a visible aura of shimmering, faint green energy emanating from him, pushing against the overwhelming cold. A jolt coursed through me, not painful but electrifying. Dave's raw, visceral connection to the entity, combined with his fierce will to fight back, provided the necessary anchor. It cut through the chaotic noise, giving me a point of focus. Thank you, Dave, I gasped, already feeling the difference. I reopened my eyes, my gaze fixed on the sphere. Its blue light, no longer wavering, pulsed with renewed strength, in sync with Dave's desperate struggle. I began the complex sequence, my fingers flying over the symbols on the box, each press a conscious act of will, a defiant assertion against the void. Click, 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 thrummum. As I pressed the first series of glyphs, the sphere's blue light intensified dramatically, pushing back the encroaching shadows. The vortex above the standing stone seemed to recoil, the tendrils of darkness withdrawing slightly. It's working, Thorne yelled, his voice filled with hope. The sphere is reacting. Maintain the sequence, Alex. The Etherium agents around us continued to fight. blasts of energy from their rifles slammed into the shadowy manifestations that tried to claw their way out of the vortex, dissipating them, but more kept coming. I moved to the next set of symbols, visualizing the dimensional veil, picturing it as a shimmering, impenetrable shield, solidifying, healing. The sphere's blue light flared, and a powerful wave of pure energy erupted from it, slamming into the vortex. The vortex shrieked, a sound that wasn't audible, but vibrated directly in my skull, a chorus of cold, empty hunger. The shadow creature, or parts of it, seemed to coalesce within the vortex, a massive, serpentine form of pure darkness, its spectral maw opening in a silent roar of fury. "It's resisting," Dr. Eris Thorne's voice crackled. "Its will is immense. Alex, push harder." Dave groaned, his hands tightening on my shoulders, his face streaming with sweat. It's so strong. It's trying to pull me back." "Fight it, Dave," I screamed, pushing all my focus, all my intent into the sphere. "We can do this." I pressed the final, most complex glyphs of the sequence. It was a fluid, almost instinctive dance of fingers and mind, a symphony of light and will. The sphere vibrated with unbelievable power, its blue light becoming a solid, unyielding column of energy, slamming into the heart of the vortex. The vortex screamed again, a sound of absolute, agonizing defeat. The shadow creature, half-formed and writhing, seemed to tear itself apart, dissolving back into the abyss. The unnatural cold receded rapidly. The swirling darkness began to contract, shrinking, pulling back into the standing stone. With a final explosive pulse of blue light from the sphere, the vortex imploded, vanishing completely. The standing stone, no longer glowing red, returned to its ancient, placid gray. The air grew warmer, the chilling hum dying down to an almost imperceptible thrum, a faint echo of the cosmic battle that had just transpired. Silence descended upon the clearing, a profound, ringing silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of Dave and me, and the soft clicks of the Ethereum agents resetting their equipment. I slumped forward, utterly drained, my hands falling from the sphere. Dave collapsed beside me, gasping for breath, but with a look of immense relief on his face. Thorne rushed forward, checking the sphere, then quickly scanning me and Dave with a small device. "It's done," he breathed, his voice filled with awe. "The veil is sealed, stronger than before. You did it, Alex, both of you." Vance approached, his energy rifle lowered, his expression a mix of exhaustion and profound respect. "Remarkable, Mr. Miller, truly remarkable. Your control over the sphere, combined with Mr. Henderson's unique resonance, it was a potent combination." But even as relief washed over us, a new problem became apparent. The island itself, though no longer plagued by a dimensional tear, was changed. The trees, previously groaning, were now eerily still, their leaves shimmering with an unnatural silver sheen. The ground crackled with residual energy, and the air hummed with a strange, high-pitched frequency that was almost inaudible, but deeply unsettling. The localized dimensional fabric has been warped by the intense energetic exchange. Dr. Eris Thorne's voice came over Vance's comms. The localized dimensional fabric has been warped by the intense energetic exchange. Dr. Eris Thorne's voice came over Vance's comms. The entire biome has been saturated with residual transdimensional energy. It's stable now, but altered. Vance nodded grimly, holstering his energy rifle. The Ethereum agents, having secured the perimeter, began to move in, their instruments sweeping the area, recording the strange energy signatures that now permeated every leaf and stone. The air, though no longer frigid, still held a peculiar charge, and the high-pitched hum, though faint, was undeniably present. "What does altered mean?" I asked, pushing myself up with a shaky hand, Dave doing the same beside me. My body thrummed with a strange resonance, a lingering echo of the power that had surged through me. Thorn, who was carefully resealing the wooden box containing the sphere, looked up, his expression unreadable. "It means the island has become a permanent testament to the breach, Alex. A constant reminder of what almost happened. The veil here is no longer merely thin. It is interwoven with the energies of the between spaces. It will be a nexus of observation, a warning." Dave shivered, though not from cold. "So it's not just a home anymore, is it?" he murmured, looking around at the silent, shimmering trees. The ancient forest, once a place of deep, reassuring calm, now felt profoundly alien, imbued with a quiet, watchful energy. Vance stepped forward, addressing Thorn. "The tactical data confirms it. The umbral weaver was pushed back. The energetic signature is dissipating rapidly. However, the residual scar on the local spacetime continuum is significant. We will need to establish a permanent Etherium presence here. A monitoring station, perhaps even a containment field, if the residual energy proves too volatile." My heart sank. My cabin, my peaceful retreat, was now a potential scientific outpost, a battleground for cosmic forces. The quiet solitude I cherished was gone forever. Thorn placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. "We knew this was a possibility, Alex. The breach was too profound to simply vanish, but you saved it. You prevented a catastrophe." The VTOL pilot's voice crackled over the comms again. "Director, we have a minor secondary reading, a faint, localized energy signature, distinct from the primary breach near the cabin structure. Low level, but persistent." Vance's eyes narrowed. "Investigate, but maintain extreme caution. It could be residual Weaver energy or something else. Thorn, Miller, Henderson, let's get you out of here." As we walked towards the VTOL, an Etherium squad moved swiftly towards my cabin, their energy rifles ready. The island air, though calmer, still felt heavy with unseen presences. I glanced back at the stone circle, the sphere now contained but still radiating a faint, reassuring blue light within its box. It felt like a part of me, a living extension of my will. The flight back to the Etherium facility was a blur. My exhaustion was profound, a deep ache in my bones and mind. Dave, too, was utterly spent. His initial adrenaline long faded into weary silence. Thorn watched us both with a paternal concern, knowing the toll this experience had taken. Upon our arrival at the subterranean complex, there was a palpable shift in the atmosphere. News of the successful containment on the island had already spread. Researchers and agents offered quiet nods of acknowledgement, a respect I hadn't noticed before. Vance led us directly to the medical bay, where Dr. Petrova was waiting. "Remarkable work, all of you," she said, her usual stern demeanor softened by a hint of admiration. She immediately began a thorough examination of Dave and me, checking our vitals, scanning our bioenergetic fields. "Alex, your psionic resonance is off the charts," she observed, watching a holographic display of my brain activity. "The sphere's energy, combined with the stress of the event, has fundamentally altered your neural pathways. You are now more deeply attuned than ever. It's like watching a new neural network bloom." "Is that good?" I asked, feeling more tired than anything else. "It means your connection to the sphere is profound and likely permanent," she explained, her fingers gently prodding my temples. "It means you are the most powerful conduit we have ever encountered. It means your capabilities have expanded exponentially, but it also means you are more susceptible to influence, more vulnerable to the subtle energies of the multiverse. We need to begin advanced psionic shielding protocols immediately. She also noted Dave's condition. Mr. Henderson, your residual dimensional resonance has indeed amplified. You acted as an essential anchor for Alex, a counterfrequency. This is unprecedented. You are now, in effect, a low-level sensitive, able to perceive and perhaps even interact with nascent energetic fluctuations, a potent combination. Dave, lying on the examination bed, just grunted. Great, more spooky stuff. But there was a flicker of something in his eyes, a dawning realization of his new, unwanted gift. After our medical check, Vance called us into his office. It was a sparsely decorated room, dominated by a large holographic display of global nexus points. The island, Kappa 9, glowed a persistent, unsettling silver on the map. The monitoring station on Kappa 9 is being established as we speak, Vance informed us, his tone crisp. A small team, highly trained, will observe the residual anomalies and ensure no further incursions. Your cabin, Mr. Miller, will be integrated into the facility. Its structural integrity is sound, and it offers an excellent vantage point. We will ensure your personal belongings are carefully cataloged and preserved should you wish to retrieve them at a later date. So I can't go back, I asked, a pang of loss hitting me harder than I expected. Vance met my gaze directly, not in the way you remember, Mr. Miller. The island is now a critical, high-risk zone. Your presence, specifically your connection to the sphere, would only serve as an additional attractant for opportunistic entities. For your own safety and the security of this planet, your return is not advisable for the foreseeable future. The finality of his words was crushing. My home gone, my old life completely severed. What about Dave? I asked, looking at my friend. Can he go back to his life? Vance turned to Dave. Mr. Henderson, your exposure and subsequent unique resonance make you a person of interest. Your ability to detect subtle dimensional shifts could be invaluable to the society. We offer you an opportunity to train, to understand your new capabilities, and to contribute to our mission. Full integration into the Ethereum, with all the resources and protection that entails. Dave looked from Vance to me, then back to Vance. And if I say no, I just want to go back to my boring life, away from glowing rocks and hungry shadows. Vance's expression remained impassive. We cannot force you, Mr. Henderson. However, the knowledge you possess, the experience you've had, and the lingering energetic imprint upon you, it is not something that can be simply unlearned or ignored. The world you knew has irrevocably changed for you, and if the Umbral Weaver were to push through again, or a similar entity, you would be a prime target. Here you are protected. Outside, we cannot guarantee your safety, nor that you wouldn't inadvertently draw attention. It was a polite ultimatum, a gilded cage perhaps, but a cage nonetheless. Dave sighed, running a hand through his hair. Figures, one trip to the wilderness and I become a cosmic alarm clock. He looked at me, a wry smile touching his lips. Guess you're stuck with me, buddy. I managed a genuine smile. At least I wouldn't be alone in this brave new world. Good, Vance said, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. Dr. Petrova will outline your training regimen. Mr. Miller, your immediate priority is to integrate fully with the sphere. Dr. Eris Thorne has made significant progress in mapping its internal data structures. We believe it holds information vital to understanding the true nature of dimensional travel, and perhaps the origins of the Umbral Weavers themselves. The next several weeks at the Ethereum facility were a period of intense transformation for both Dave and me. My training with Dr. Petrova became more rigorous. I spent hours in a specialized chamber, learning to mentally interface with the sphere's energy, not just as a conduit, but as a coprocessor. I practiced focusing my intent, projecting my consciousness, and manipulating the sphere's vast data streams. Think of the sphere as a colossal living library, Alex, Dr. Petrova would instruct, her voice calm and guiding. Each glyph, each symbol, is a key to a specific repository of knowledge. But your mind, your consciousness, is the librarian. You must learn to navigate, to sort, to understand the intent behind the information, not just read the raw data. Under her tutelage, I began to see visions, not just fleeting glimpses, but prolonged, immersive experiences. I witnessed ancient civilizations from other dimensions, their cities glowing with ethereal light, their technology bending reality itself. I saw beings of pure energy, creatures that defied any biological classification, and vast cosmic landscapes that dwarfed our solar system. The sphere was indeed an archivist, holding the memories of countless realities. One of the most profound discoveries was the existence of the ancient guardians. Through the sphere, I pieced together fragments of their history. They were not a single species, but an interdimensional collective, dedicated to maintaining the stability of the multiverse. They had created the spheres, these nexus keys, and strategically placed them across various realities to monitor and safeguard critical dimensional arteries. The sphere I possessed was one of many, a fragment of a vast, interconnected network. They were custodians of balance, Thorne explained one evening as we reviewed some of the sphere's data logs. He had become an invaluable part of my training, guiding my interpretation of the ancient languages and complex scientific principles stored within the sphere. They understood that unchecked dimensional travel, or the collapse of nexus points, could unravel entire realities. The umbral weavers and other entities like them are the antithesis of this balance. They are predators drawn to chaos, to entropy. Dave, meanwhile, was undergoing his own unique training with a specialized team of Ethereum sensitives. They taught him exercises to hone his perception, to distinguish between ambient energetic fluctuations and the specific cold hum of a void entity. He learned to filter the noise, to focus his awareness, becoming a human early warning system. It's like learning to hear the static between radio stations, but knowing which static means trouble, he joked one day, though there was a seriousness in his eyes now. His easygoing nature was slowly being replaced by a quiet vigilance, a sense of purpose. He found a peculiar satisfaction in being able to contribute, even if it was through a capability he never asked for. During one of my deep dive sessions with the sphere, a particularly disturbing sequence of images emerged. It wasn't a historical record, but a more recent, urgent message, almost a warning. I saw fragments of a dimensional gateway, similar to the one on my island, but larger, more unstable, surrounded by what looked like a massive crystalline structure. And within that structure, I sensed the presence of the umbral weavers, not just one, but many, swirling like a dark nebula. I pulled back from the sphere, my heart pounding, sweat beading on my forehead. Thorne, Dr. Petrova, I think I found something, a new nexus, and the weavers are there, many of them. Thorne and Petrova rushed to my side. I relayed the images, describing the crystalline structure, the unstable gateway, and the terrifying presence of multiple void entities. Dr. Petrova immediately initiated a comprehensive scan of the sphere's data banks, cross-referencing my experience with known astronomical and interdimensional anomalies. Dr. Eris Thorne, alerted by the commotion, joined us, his face a mask of intense concentration. After several frantic hours of analysis, the results were sobering. Alex's intuition is correct, Dr. Eris Thorne announced, projecting a complex stellar map onto the holographic table. The sphere has indeed provided coordinates, a nexus point designated Xylos Prime, deep within a previously uncharted sector of the Andromeda Galaxy. And the crystalline structure, it appears to be a natural formation, a massive geode-like planetoid that has become a conduit for immense, raw-dimensional energy. And the umbral weavers? Thorne asked, his voice tight. The sphere indicates a significant, persistent presence, Dr. Petrova confirmed, displaying a spectral analysis that showed concentrations of dark energy signatures. Not just residual echoes, but active entities. It suggests a major infestation, perhaps even a breeding ground. A chill ran down my spine. Breeding ground, you mean they multiply? Dr. Eris Thorne nodded grimly. They don't reproduce in a biological sense, Mr. Miller. They congregate, they coalesce. They draw strength from unstable nexus points, and when the veil thins sufficiently, they can create localized pockets of their own reality, allowing more of their kind to cross over. Xylos Prime appears to be one such location, a feeder nexus, a strategic staging ground for incursions. Director Vance, who had been listening in from his command center, appeared as a holographic projection in the lab. A feeder nexus. This is a serious development. The sphere, Alex, what else does it tell you about this Xylos Prime? I closed my eyes, trying to reconnect, to draw more information. The images swam before me again, the shimmering gateway, the crystalline planetoid, and the swirling shadows. But this time I saw something else. A flicker of light, an ancient symbol, almost lost amidst the chaos, emanating from the very core of the crystalline structure. There's something else there, I whispered, describing the symbol. A light. It feels like the sphere, like another guardian artifact. Thorne gasped, another heartstone, a sister sphere. Dr. Eris Thorne's eyes widened. If there's another such artifact, embedded within that nexus, it could be either a source of immense power the Weavers are trying to corrupt, or a final, desperate defense mechanism trying to push them back. Either way, it makes Xylos Prime a critical target. Vance's holographic form hardened. If this is a feeder nexus, and if the umbral weavers are congregating there, it represents an existential threat. A full-scale incursion from such a staging ground could overwhelm our defenses. We cannot allow them to establish a stable foothold. So what's the plan, Director? Thorne asked, his hand instinctively going to the sphere's box. We assemble a reconnaissance and interdiction team, Vance stated, his voice resonating with authority. The primary objective, to assess the full extent of the Weaver infestation on Xylos Prime, determine the nature of this secondary artifact, and if possible, neutralize the threat and secure the nexus. And Alex, your unique attunement and the sphere's capabilities make you central to this mission. My stomach churned. We were going to another galaxy, to confront a horde of void predators. This was beyond anything I had ever imagined. Dave, who had been listening intently, stepped forward. And me, my spooky senses tell me going there is a bad idea, but if you're going, I'm going. My connection to that thing might be useful, right? An early warning system. Vance considered him for a moment. Mr. Henderson's resonance could indeed provide critical intelligence on the ground. Very well. Both of you will accompany the mission. Thorn, you will provide critical support and guidance for Alex. Dr. Petrova, Dr. Eris Thorn, you will coordinate from here, providing real-time data and strategic analysis. The preparations for the Xylos Prime mission were swift and thorough. The Ethereum Society mobilized its best resources, selecting a small, elite team of agents specializing in xenomorphic encounters and dimensional combat. The team leader, Commander Valerius, was a formidable woman with a no-nonsense demeanor, a combat veteran of countless incursions. Her team consisted of specialists, a stealth operative, a heavy weapons expert, a medic, and a communications expert. Our transport would be the Ethereum Dawn, a cutting-edge starship capable of interstellar and interdimensional travel. It was a marvel of technology, sleek and powerful, unlike anything I had ever seen. Its primary purpose was deep space exploration and anomaly response. The Dawn was housed in a massive, hidden hangar deep within the Ethereum facility, a cavernous space bathed in the familiar blue-white light. As we walked towards the ship, its sheer scale was awe-inspiring. It was a fusion of function and elegance, its hull crafted from an unknown, dark metallic alloy that seemed to absorb light. Commander Valerius briefed us inside the ship's command center. Her voice was calm and steady, but her words painted a chilling picture. Our intelligence on Xylos Prime is limited, primarily gleaned from the sphere's fragmented data. What we do know is that the Umbral Weavers thrive in pockets of dimensional instability. They are attracted to life force, to consciousness. They will attempt to corrupt or consume anything that enters their territory. She projected a holographic schematic of Xylos Prime onto the table. It was a stunning celestial body, a giant geode-like structure, its exterior a chaotic tapestry of jagged, crystalline formations, glowing with faint internal light. The planetoid itself is comprised of a unique, naturally occurring crystal lattice structure, she explained. This formation acts as both a powerful energy conduit and a natural amplifier for dimensional breaches. The sphere indicates a strong energy signature at its core, suggesting the presence of another ancient artifact, possibly a sister sphere. Our mission objectives are clear, Valerius continued, her gaze sweeping across each of us. 1. Deploy a scout team to establish a secure LZ and gather initial intelligence on Weaver density and behavior. 2. Accompany Alex Miller to the core of the planetoid to interface with the sister artifact and determine its function. 3. If possible, use both spheres to either stabilize the Nexus or neutralize the Weaver infestation. 4. Retrieve all personnel and data. This is a high-risk, high-reward mission. Casualties are expected. Understand. We all nodded, the gravity of the mission settling heavily upon us. Thorn was with me, carefully securing the sphere in a specialized cradle designed to absorb shock and contain its energy during travel. Dave was adjusting his new, sophisticated comms unit and a sleek energy pistol, a far cry from the hunting rifle he usually carried. He looked less like a bewildered civilian and more like a reluctant but determined soldier. Before boarding, Vance pulled me aside. "Alex," he said, his eyes piercing, "this mission is unlike any other. You are not just a conduit, you are the key. The fate of that nexus, and potentially many others, rests on your ability to connect with that sphere. Trust your instincts and trust Thorn." He placed a hand on my shoulder. "Good luck." The Ethereum Dawn launched with a barely perceptible hum, accelerating swiftly into the dark confines of the subterranean hangar, then bursting through a concealed launch tube into Earth's orbit. The view from the bridge was breathtaking, the blue marble of our home planet receding rapidly, replaced by the boundless, star-dusted canvas of space. The journey to Andromeda was long, even for a ship equipped with advanced hyperdrive technology. Weeks passed in the relative solitude of deep space, a stark contrast to the bustling Etherium facility. We spent the time in intensive simulations and tactical briefings, practicing our roles, familiarizing ourselves with the ship's systems, and refining our strategy for Xylos Prime. I spent most of my time in a specialized chamber within the dawn, deepening my connection with the sphere. I practiced projecting my consciousness across vast distances, sensing subtle energy fluctuations, and preparing for the arduous task of interfacing with another guardian artifact. The sphere hummed with anticipation, a silent partner in my training. Dave, too, became proficient with his new equipment. His heightened sensitivity, combined with the rigorous training, transformed him into a valuable asset. He could now differentiate between various types of energy signatures and often sensed approaching anomalies before the ship's sensors could register them. "Got a weird feeling in my gut, Alex," he'd say during drills, pointing to a simulated threat, "like a cold spot on my soul." More often than not, he was right. Thorne was a constant presence, advising, encouraging, and sharing his vast knowledge of dimensional lore. He helped me interpret the sphere's complex messages, guiding me through the intricacies of interdimensional physics. He was both a mentor and a friend, his unwavering belief in me a source of strength. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we arrived at the designated coordinates within the Andromeda galaxy. The dawn dropped out of hyperdrive, the stars outside the viewport snapping back into focus, and there, looming before us, was Xylos Prime. It was more magnificent and more terrifying than any simulation could convey. The planetoid glowed with a chaotic internal light, a maelstrom of iridescent energies swirling within its jagged, crystalline structure. It looked like a cosmic wound, pulsating with a dark, malevolent energy that was almost palpable even from orbit. Massive, unstable dimensional rifts pulsed on its surface, like gaping, hungry mouths. "Energy readings are off the charts," the pilot announced, his voice tense. "Localized spacetime distortions are immense. We're detecting multiple high-frequency energy signatures consistent with umbral weavers. Very dense concentrations, Commander." Commander Valerius's voice was calm but resolute. "Begin orbital scans. Locate a suitable deployment zone. Stealth protocols engaged. We enter their territory unseen." The dawn moved stealthily through the chaotic energy field surrounding Xylos Prime, its advanced cloaking systems working overtime. The crystalline formations on the planetoid's surface seemed to shimmer and shift, reflecting the swirling energies in a dizzying display of light and shadow. Dave, strapped into his seat beside me, was pale, his eyes wide. It's everywhere," he whispered, a tremor in his voice. "That cold, that hunger. It's a symphony of it down there. Thousands of them, Alex. It feels like they're breathing." His words sent a shiver down my spine. The sphere in its cradle pulsed faintly, its blue light a small, defiant beacon against the overwhelming darkness of Xylos Prime. "We have a potential landing zone," the pilot announced. "A relatively stable plateau, deep within a crystalline canyon. Minimal Weaver activity detected in the immediate vicinity, but high concentrations in surrounding areas. It's going to be a hot drop." "Understood," Valerius replied. "Prepare for deployment. Scout team, ready your gear. Alex, Thorne, Henderson, you are with me. We move fast, we move quiet." The scout team, a group of 5 highly trained operatives, deployed first in a smaller shuttle, its hull painted with stealth-absorbing materials. Their mission was to secure the landing zone and establish a forward operating base. We monitored their progress on the Dawn's main screen, watching their tiny craft navigate the treacherous landscape of Xylos Prime. Hours later, the scout team confirmed their position and established a preliminary perimeter. LZ secured, Commander. Atmosphere is breathable but highly charged. Visual confirmation of crystalline growths emitting localized energy pulses. Umbral weaver activity in adjacent canyons, but not directly threatening our position for now. Understood, Valerius ordered. Prepare the main shuttle. Team A, assemble. We suited up in specialized environmental suits, designed to protect against the unique energies of Xylos Prime and provide limited combat protection. The suit was surprisingly flexible, equipped with an internal comms system, life support, and holographic displays. The sphere in its portable, shielded container was attached to my back, its weight surprisingly comforting. As we descended in the shuttle, the view outside was mesmerizing and terrifying. We passed through vast canyons of glowing crystals, some taller than skyscrapers, their facets catching and refracting the chaotic energies of the planetoid. The air outside crackled with an almost visible static, and the very ground seemed to thrum with a suppressed power. Dave gripped my arm. See those shadows, Alex, deep in the crevices. They're watching us. They know we're here. I squinted, and indeed, deep within the darkest recesses of the crystalline labyrinth, I thought I could discern fleeting blurs of deeper shadow, forms that seemed to defy the light, moving with an eerie, predatory grace. The shuttle touched down with a gentle thump on the designated plateau. As the ramp lowered, the unique atmosphere of Xylos Prime hit us. It wasn't cold like the island had been, but it was charged, heavy, almost viscous. The air hummed with 1,000 frequencies, a discordant symphony of raw energy. The crystalline ground beneath our boots felt alive, vibrating faintly. The scout team was already in position, energy shields deployed, their weapons scanning the surrounding canyons. Commander Valerius immediately took charge, setting up a command console and deploying sensors. Initial assessment complete, Valerius reported over comms. Minimal immediate threat. However, our entry has likely been registered. We need to move towards the core quickly. Our primary objective was to reach the planetoid's core, where the sphere's readings indicated the presence of the sister artifact. The journey would take us through the treacherous, crystalline labyrinths of Xylos Prime, deeper into the Umbral Weaver's territory. Valerius led the way, her team forming a tight tactical formation around Thorn, Dave, and me. Our path wound through towering crystalline canyons, the ground uneven and shimmering with internal light. The silence here was unnerving, broken only by the crunch of our boots and the soft hum of our suits. Dave, walking beside me, was unusually quiet, his head twitching, as if listening to something only he could hear. "They're getting closer," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the comms. "The cold, it's like a tide, ebbing and flowing, but it's definitely rising." Suddenly, the ground ahead of us began to shimmer, not with the natural light of the crystals, but with a murky, unsettling haze. Tendrils of shadow, like prehensile smoke, began to snake out from between the crystals, coalescing into indistinct serpentine forms. "Contact," Commander Valerius barked, raising her energy rifle. "Weavers, defensive formation." The Etherium agents immediately formed a circle, their energy shields flaring to life. The shadowy forms surged forward, their speed terrifying, their movements fluid and unnatural. They didn't seem to have solid bodies, but were more like living holes in reality, draining the light from everything they touched. "They're trying to test our defenses," Thorne yelled, activating a personal force field around himself, Dave, and me. Alex focused the sphere, a localized energy pulse, deterrent. I quickly unlatched the sphere